know.
Alright, so we're going to be doing a 0 to 60 test. I think we should probably put it in 4 WD because it was trying to spin off the line. I think. I don't know what. What if it does it like off of.
Oh, it felt you moving because it built up probably RPM. Or...
Oh, damn it. I think it does it off the torque converter. Alright. So, start. I guess we'll just have to we'll just mat it and see. Ready? .88. All right, so we're gonna do a little bit of a boosted launch. See it? Yeah, it's like.
I got 6.4.
So that's 80.
Oh, I got 66.4.
It feels slower in four-wheel drive, and you can see the freaking traction control light just like flickering out at me the whole damn time.
Too high for traction control off and see if it's any better.
Well, the traction control is like completely off, but. All right, ready? Probably.
Does it spin quite a bit at first?
Yeah. Well, and I kind of didn't get 100% into it at first, but freaking tow truck, race truck, what is it?
Uh-oh. It's not back in time. We're all gonna die. Uh-oh. And that was how they died. It wasn't back in time. Rip us. Uh-oh. Is it gonna make it? Uh-oh. 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 He's died.
Uh-oh.
Hey, I'm going to 2 greenhouses on the far right.
Anyone else here?
I have not looked.
2. 1 at least.
Oh, if there's 1, there's 2.
1, 2, 3, 4. Well, at least.
If you could go get a car and get us out of here, that'd be nice.
Da-da-da-da-da. Good luck.
This has been every strat so far and it's failed every time.
I don't see a car. How about we get a gun and shoot, and then leave because we're free? I think. Just get gun and run, right? Get gun, run?
Sure.
Get good gun, run.
Whatever we've been doing isn't working for us.
That's because my tummy hurt.
A generic of a response.
Face hurts. Why do you hurt, Mr. Head? That was you, I assume.
I did break a window, yes. I did not know you were near me.
I'm near you. I have an M16 and an M14, so if you want one of those.
Yeah, I don't need one yet. Definitely going to. We'll see if I find a weapon. Preferably the middle part, right where it bends.
Okay, yeah. And something that's much too large.
Yeah, like a stove.
What?
Make sure you
Okay.
lift with your back.
Yeah. Doesn't even have to be big. It can just be bulky. You want that. You also want this, because I ain't taking it. So nothing. Do you need ammo for the M16?
7.62, 5.62. Yeah, it's up to you.
Do you have any?
No.
Oh.
Do you have any use for vector stock?
Yeah.
Good sir, did you open this door?
Yes.
Are you the one who left the 4X on the ground?
No.
Sure about that?
Yes. Is that
Next to the door you opened.
Yeah, probably. Do you want this car?
You can have it if you want.
Do you want half the ammo for it? 3/4 of the ammo? 2/3 of the ammo.
I mean, I'll take it if you don't want it.
Yeah, take it. Jesus is a friend of mine. Okay, last house and then we leave. Okay,
Sure. Always one more house.
5 more minutes. It's weekend dark. I can be up late.
Interesting.
And sleep till noon and then ruin my rest of my weekend.
You're doing, not mine.
Yeah. I take the blame. But you're an enabler.
Am I though?
Yeah.
I'll leave without telling me there's a level 2 backpack. And a chair to hide behind? What's wrong with you?
Oh, I should have brought that with me. I might need it in the future.
Can we not run through the middle of the city?
No, I'm running behind a wall that's decrepit and broke. Protect my body.
Never see us.
No, unless they look in one of the times where...
You mean just look? In
Mhm.
general?
Have eyes. Ooh.
Don't worry, they're not at us.
To
Ignore
the
them.
hills, like all the Irishmen. Is Ireland just all hills?
No. Part of it, yes. No.
Is Colorado just all hills?
Mostly. Mixture of
Where's
flat
Iowa?
and hill. It's mountains or it's flat.
Are mountains just really big hills, or hills just small mountains?
Do not know.
We need Noob in here to pull up the dictionary and find. We're even close to the map.
We've been close to a car. This running thing's getting old. I feel like I've been doing it forever. My feet weren't made for this. There's good stuff in these half the time, isn't there? You let me down. Isn't there a sight in these half of the time?
Eh.
God damn it, you let me down. Well, I got a grenade out of it. No more? I'm surprised.
Thank you.
You know, we've been running forever now.
Yeah, have you found a car yet?
Obviously not.
Well, then do that.
I do have a sight. I can go up on this hill and scout.
Okay.
Should I go up on this hill and scout?
Yeah.
I see a buggy way off if we want to go to it.
Yes. 'Cause we need to hit.
This way then.
Can you grab it? In case I'll find something closer.
Why not? Ow. Why do these people have bars on their windows? Why is everyone gonna have trust issues? They act like it was always a war zone. It doesn't protect the glass, or are they afraid of a zombie outbreak or something?
Yeah, I think they're just.
Trust issues.
Yes. I found your buggy, Dark. It's very far.
You and me are clearly looking at very different buggies.
Is it up on the hill?
I'm in it.
Do we want to use the same buggy?
Up to you.
How about you drive me to it? Wanted you up?
Why not?
You?
You know, I was mid-drink when you did that.
Oh, did sorry.
These things are incredibly boring, but incredibly safe.
Are they safe? I think buggies and dust.
They're so stable in every way.
Because of the shocks.
Probably.
I like how they have realistic shock. That's pretty nice. How'd you catch up so fast?
Skills.
Yeah. So I hit like 4 rocks. They're pretty steady. Except when they like to spin.
What?
Oh, what? Sucks.
Realistic game.
Waiting for you to just freaking eat it again. Brother's too far, I can't hear him. Thank you.
That blue is moving fast. We must be on the long side of it.
Yeah. Those poor people who didn't have a car at all. This is so stable, how have I never known?
It is. It's boring,
Bug
but
is
it's
so nice.
incredibly stable.
I
Dacia
still
is fast, but no traction. Jeeps are average, very average.
protection, yeah.
The bikes are just deadly in every way.
But they're fast.
Yes.
Man. I prefer cycles off-roading with more fun. But you spend more of the time that you've made up by trying to get back on your bike after you've launched yourself.
I would very much enjoy to get the circle.
Eventually. Do you have meds? How do I?
A little bit, yes.
Painkiller. What did you take?
I took an energy drink.
They must do different values now. Oh, wait, there you go.
We've been in this blue for a long time.
You also hit up. Did you hit? Oh, you did hit something. Pretty far from each other.
Not suspicious at all.
Oh, Dark, you better move.
Yep.
I got one with me. No!
God damn. I was hoping he was
it's
out.
really hard to hit somebody when they don't get out of the car. But the dude got out, and then when his coach shot me, it launched my car into him. I hate when they're smart and they have smart stuff.
We gotta get that win. Unfortunate.
It's gonna be a long night, Dark. And
It
then we have to
is.
get there.
And then after that, we still gotta last 10 minutes for that map. And then we gotta make it to round 36 on zombies.
Without touching the floor, of course.
Yep.
Just any floor.
No, we can touch the floors. We just gotta restart the round when we do.
Okay. So we have to constantly be in restarting round
But
phase.
remember how long round 30 is.
Remember how long round 6 is?
Hi guys.
But how much of that was intentional? Half of mine were. Only half.
Kind of want to play.
That's gonna be a pain on round 30. Kind of what?
Yeah, I want to play.
Up to you. Unfortunate. Can't talk to people anymore.
That is unfortunate. Does no one talk, or are they just not Asian anymore?
They changed the way the voice chat works.
Oh, is it not just loud and obnoxious?
It's not for everyone anymore.
I don't know.
It's dumb.
Mm,
By default, it's on like team.
Did you like C-3PO?
I didn't hate him.
He's a little bitch. I hate him. That guy
Why?
despised. I don't know, he's just so sassy, and he doesn't. He's dumb. He's like, oh, I'm pompous. If he's anything, he's British.
You put thought into this.
Yeah, he's British American. He's the most Brit. I hated his whole entire thing. He's like, the chance is blah, blah. I don't care. Just freaking whip out a laser already and stop being annoying. My favorite part is
We are a little past that, good sir.
past what?
Your ping.
Oh, what's your ping? Oh, that's why they're.
We gonna land in the city?
No, we're gonna. Oh, Pushinki, no, dear.
We're not gonna make it to your ping, are we?
What? I'm there. You might not. Yeah, you can make that with extra change. We can go to school at this point. Yeah, let's go to school. Nobody's at school. Well, you're pretty far, but I can make it to school. Okay, Dark. First one to die loses their life.
I've lost.
But it was cheapy poop. Yay, no one's coming to school with me. I'm free.
Wait, where are you?
School.
Is anyone there with you?
Nope.
Actually, no one's there with you?
Actually, no one's there. People are across at the.
Loot then.
Yeah. I am.
Get us some good loot. I'm leaving the city I landed in.
We'll try my best to get all the goods.
I ain't going near that city if you paid me. Hey, are we in circle?
I'm just on the edge, yeah. Auditorium.
Nothing like hearing footsteps next to you on top of a field.
Don't worry, it's not me.
I have a Jeep. Also may hear noises where I'm going.
There's like hundreds of shots at me. For some odd reason. Not at me, but next. I live in constant fear. Oh, hello. You like VSS's, Dirk?
No. For someone who's a pacifist, like 90% of the time, gunshots are really scary. Would you say that accurately describes me, though?
That the pacifist most of the time.
90% of the time?
90% of the time, I do describes you. Honestly, I don't.
Like, I do avoid gunshots at all costs.
You really do, and I think it's beneficial.
To me, yes. To my teammates, not so much.
I mean, I can live with it. I kind of like it.
When I see
More
you
fun,
engage,
though.
I run the opposite direction.
Well, that's not helpful.
It's helpful for my life.
How you doing, life-wise?
I'm not dead.
Kidding myself out. I've almost full Scorpion.
Ooh, I have an AK.
Nice. I have an M16 for you. You want to drop it?
I don't care for an M16. No offense.
Oh, guess what? No, I can actually get the gun I want. Eventually, I find it.
Okay, if quick draw is just 2 mags taped together normally, right?
Yeah.
Why can't you just tape 2 extendeds together?
That's what extended quick draw is.
But why don't most games have that?
This one does.
This game does. Why can't
Yeah.
Call of Duty?
Call of Duty does. You can put extended mags and fast mags on.
Sure about
Black Ops
that?
2 you did. Yeah.
Sure about that?
No. This level of
I don't
hostility.
remember that.
I do remember that. Just use overkill or whatever.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
Oh, okay, watch.
I don't remember them allowing both.
I don't remember caring enough. No, it wasn't like. No, it didn't cancel out. I'm pretty sure it allowed both.
I actually don't remember. I may have honestly never tried. It didn't work in Black Ops 1 and pretty much every game before, so I may have just not even tried.
Man, that sounds.
They found me!
Oh.
Oh yeah, they found me.
Can you drop a bunch of smokes and leave?
No, not easily. They'll never find me.
Are you hiding behind a chair?
No. I threw smokes. They're shooting at me. They'll never find me. I am so close to my car. This is so intense. I am leaving. I am leaving.
Okay, I was.
Lots of gunshots.
Oh,
Lots of gunshots. I'm over a hill now. I just have to keep the hill as cover.
Okay.
That was intense.
I have
A little too much for my liking. I knew I heard voices in that town ever since I first went in it.
It was stuff for you into
I knew I heard things.
like people.
Like movement. I was in that town for over 5 minutes.
Was it a small town?
Tiny. It's like one of those little things, like 2 or 3 houses,
Oh,
a
wow.
shed, and a watchtower.
So you were like, do I hear something or do I not? I hate that.
I was pretty sure I heard something when I was running up to it. I guess that confirms my thoughts.
They. What was your "they heard me" sign? They shoot you or did you?
They
just-
shot at me. They hit me, then I was able to hide behind a car. Then I laid down some smokes, ran to my car. They hit me once before I got into it, and then 3 more times once I got in it.
That was intense. I'm glad you're alive.
Yes. My level 3 vest took about 55 damage.
Okay. I don't have. I'll see if I find another one.
I have no helmet.
Are you going?
I have an SMG suppressor if we find one.
Okay.
I'm coming to you, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't like being alone.
I'm gonna drop.
Are we on opposite sides of the circle?
Yeah, you're making your way here though. That was a shot at me, not at me.
Uh-oh, rocks.
You don't have the capacity to hit rocks.
I don't have to what?
You shouldn't be hitting rocks during this one, good?
You're way far away.
Uh-huh. Do you need an angled foregrip?
No.
Do you need a holographic sight?
No. Nothing like driving through a city that's already been looted and then getting stuck on a barrel
There's so many shots going off.
after I broke a fence.
Now this one's doing-
Someone's shooting at me. Those shots are at me, by the way. They're gonna be coming for us soon.
Do you want me to get in the car and leave?
We don't have to right this second, but we should consider it within the next minute. I don't know how to get in school. It's a parking lot. There must be an entrance.
The other side.
That tiny little thing is our entrance?
No.
What is this, a communist state?
Maybe. I've looted this whole area up. pretty much.
Jesus Christ. I don't want them to find us, good sir.
Do you want to loot? Or, no, I have stuff for you.
Can we go behind the desk? Sorry,
Do you think it's
I have
probably-
trust issues.
What do you need? I have.
It's nothing personal. I've just been shot at a lot. Well, I'm gonna keep. Did you take that extended mag?
Yeah. Here. No, you have. You have the suppressor. I'm gonna keep that. That is 4 times in red dots for you. And
I don't need the rest.
some grip. Oh, okay.
Should we ditch?
Yep. How did I happen to drive this?
How did you do this?
I went on the other side for a reason.
You want to switch out? You're lost.
I'm not lost. I'm just a bad driver. Also, because I have a bunch of shots with my SMG, and I really just want to.
Can you drop a ping far away from anywhere near here?
Yeah. Orange. It's on your left. If we see some cars, they're not gonna have any wheels because I have a fully knocked out Scorpion, and I'm gonna pile drive them. Okay, I have a gas can.
Oh, we're out of
Can
gas.
you brake? Yeah. Brake. Okay.
I did not realize.
That would have been bad. Okay. Go, go, go. We should probably find another car. Can you stick to the roads?
It's fine. It's fine. I've already been shot at a bunch. I should not do that.
Our car does not have the help. And it's a smoky boy.
Don't worry, I've already been shot at a bunch. I can take it.
No, you can't take your driving. Uh-oh.
Oh, great. Oh, great. Please launch the car. I cried.
Oh, great. Go straight into the car. They would have taken us.
Well, on the bright side, I was hoping to pinch him and shove the car into the other. We were just a second too short. It was a solid plan.
It actually was. Smashed the
work.
car. Did not work.
More yes, no?
Yeah. Wait, no. Zombies. For now, and then we'll come back and then get that win. Can I get some water first? You have no choice.
You cannot.
Thanks for watching
Wonders why
TechWiki.
everyone
Click the
hates
subscribe button, then enable notifications with the bell icon so you won't miss any future videos. Do you remember when YouTube was a repository for 240p cat videos and memorializing trips to the zoo? Like, I'm a full-time YouTuber who employs 24 people, and even I had no idea back then that the site would explode into a platform that would allow people to make a full-time living by uploading videos that other people watch for free. But explode it did, and these days, YouTube stardom has been a ticket to international notoriety and lucrative careers for many people who started out with nothing more than a webcam and a good idea, or in some cases, kind of a bad idea. But where the heck does all of this money come from? Well, just like how real celebrities might make money in a lot of different ways, TV deals, endorsements, fashion lines, ill-advised forays into music, online creators can actually have a variety of revenue streams as well. Let's start out with the most obvious one, Google AdSense. This program allows creators like me to earn a share of the money from the advertising that you might see before a video.
If you think I'm joining the game, then you're really being silly. What? Ah, I vote Newtown. Oh, come on, Pepper.
This Don guy, Betty, better ready up.
Where's Don?
Don Key, something or other. Hi.
Donkey. Invite me again. Fellowship of the Ring. Oh, hi. Oh, his name's Don Key. I thought you were just pronouncing donkey weird. Come on, Don Key.
Got 2 seconds, that's I'm leaving. 1, 2. Well, I don't got all day.
Yum, yum, yum.
Somehow I imagined that would happen.
Oh.
Give him another 2 seconds. 1. Fine. He's a lost cause, honestly.
You're a lot. Yeah.
You know, raw.
Video. You know, the ones with the yellow progress bar along the bottom and sometimes a skip ad button on the right? Outside advertisers bid on these, paying more for unskippable or longer video spots and less for banners and other less desirable placements. YouTube then runs these ads, you see them, and that money gets shared between YouTube itself and whichever creator's video the ad was run against. So if you get a lot of views, it's a fairly straightforward way to monetize them. But there are a few caveats. First, you have to have a total of at least 4,000 hours watched in 1 year and 1,000 subscribers to be eligible for this.
Are they like pretty chilled? What? Blades? Why is it terrifying?
Maybe because you're coming from PUBG?
Probably. What game mode we playing?
We are playing
Survive?
Team Deathmatch.
Okay. What guns am I allowed to use?
Whichever ones you want.
Cool.
Do we want to do that again?
First round, I'll just try to get to round 36.
Works
Why
for me.
did we pick round 36? Actually, it's an even round.
So is 32.
You were homeschooled through high school, yeah? I don't
I've
understand
been
it. Did you?
homeschooled the entire time.
Yeah, that was just, yeah. Did you pick electives you wanted to do? You're like, I want to take physics. You took physics. So like,
I avoided
wanna-
everything that wasn't required.
But
So I was,
aren't you required to do at least
I
like,
did all generic stuff except for New York State history. Everything I did was boring and generic, except for that.
We don't have the Indiana State University.
History,
Yeah. What did I say?
university.
Oh. We don't have one of those. Also, so like, did you take composition?
That would have been under the term English.
Okay. See, what we have is English 9, English 10, composition, classical literature, American literature, or contemporary literature. Pick between all those, and then you have to take English 12. English themes and lit is the final one to take. So I don't know. And then we're required to do. You have to get 6 credits of English, and each semester is a credit.
Interesting.
You didn't do that? It was more like
We really didn't do a ton for literature.
focused on the maths.
Let's see, we did. There was other different stuff we did later on.
But
basically,
did you choose your classes that maybe brothers or
Say that
sisters were
again.
like? Did you choose classes, or did your brothers and sisters choose classes that each other didn't take? Had to be like, I want to take adult courses or something.
we never really got to choose anything. There were options, additional things we could do, but they were never required.
Oh, okay. So it was like you could pick between 3 English that are required.
Yeah, we didn't have that.
What was the program called?
ACE, Accelerated Christian Education, maybe?
Did you have to take like a, what is it, Bible class?
No.
Anything Christian related?
I mean, there's a verse in it you have to learn for every packet, but so I guess
For every-
technically.
Okay. But there was no like preaching class.
No, later on towards the end, there's a course called Life of Christ that you have to take,
Okay.
which is about 30 packets long. A packet's about 50 pages, and then you have a test.
Ouch.
Not
Is
that
that-
bad. You can knock it out in a day.
Is that a normal length of a? Do you read the pages or do you use the?
It's like a work packet thing. It's got the reading, and you have to do the work on it.
Was it on a computer or was it all
Paper.
Did you print it out yourself? Did you get?
No,
some...
no. We bought them for
Oh,
actual,
wow.
actual packets. See what you've done?
What? Did I distract you?
No, it just went downhill.
Yeah. Oh, since when did I fill this up? Hi, water bottle. Thank you.
When you filled it up right before our game?
No, I drank water, and then I put it away because it was empty, and then when I grabbed it again, it was full. So I think between the zombies, I filled it up.
Interesting.
Were your parents homeschooled? Why did they choose to homeschool?
We do not agree with most of what you'll learn in the public school. No, we don't. We don't disagree with much of what you'll learn. A lot of the values you learn.
They leave out stuff.
One, they're gonna push evolution probably more than we want. They're gonna push democratic values more than we want. They're gonna push anything on Christian more than we want. They're not gonna push anything Christian. Why are they trying to make a war on praying and Bibles in schools? I'll never know. Just not friendly to Christians.
Separation of church and state.
And the parents should be the one educating the kids.
Okay.
I personally do not like the idea of the government controlling what your kids are doing for 8 hours. That's not sketchy at all. Just because the government says they're teaching you what they want your kid to learn, that makes it okay?
There's some probably mind control, but I just think it's like give them the best opportunity, especially if your parents aren't smart. It's hard for them to teach you. But aren't you technically having the PCE or whatever you call it, PCE?
ACE?
I prefer PCE. ACE. Aren't they technically pushing their agenda onto you?
Yes, but that is one we chose and agree with.
Okay, that's different.
So it's not just whatever the government says is what the kids should be learning. We actually get to choose. We still have all the basic stuff you have to learn in school, but other stuff that's maybe not required. Like, democratic values are not being forced on your kid. And everything else.
I don't know if there is that much democratic stuff being forced.
Well, back there in the Clinton era, they were trying to push, I don't know if they actually did it, they were trying to push to have condoms given out in school. Why is that a thing?
Because of statistics.
It shouldn't even be a question. You failed if that's even a question. I mean, the school has failed.
But there's studies and stuff.
Yeah, well, they're not teaching very good morals, are they?
Probably not. I don't know. I'm very science-based in my decisions on life, so that's probably where we differ. That's okay. That's cool. I enjoy that you were homeschooled because you don't really need me. You are? Are you happy that you were homeschooled?
Probably, yeah.
Probably.
Saved a lot of time.
God, it saves. One thing I can agree on: public schools, super inefficient.
Like, I don't see why you gotta force all the kids to move at the same pace. Some kids move a lot faster than others.
Yeah, and then a lot slower than you're finding a medium place, which means you're excluding two groups.
Like, you got me and Abby. We do not learn at the same rates. At all.
Which one's faster? Which one's slower?
Me. Like, double.
Faster or slower?
Faster.
Okay.
I could knock out in an hour, it would take her like 3.
Yeah, but
But if
You're
we're public
good
school,
in
we'd be
45.
forced to learn
Yeah.
something that's acceptable for all.
and then you would have to be graded based on that. System's not very good in the current situation.
And like, our packets, we'd have to do, you know, a bunch of work. We'd have to basically do it a bunch until we learned it.
Mastered it, yeah.
Yeah. Me, for math, I would learn how to do the problem. I would do 1 or 2, and then I would just skip over the other 30, whatever it made you do, just because I was very good at math. Can you do that in public school?
No, because you have homework and you have to do it for completion.
Yeah, I could just straight up skip like 90% of the schoolwork when it came to
Yeah.
math, just because why bother doing work if I already understand math very, very, very well? So all the way up through algebra and all that, I never used calculators, never had problems at all.
I love calculators. Okay, I have a question.
I
for you.
barely even know how to use a calculator, beyond
That's-
the basics.
So, would you count it cheating if you programmed your calculator to do physics problems for you instead of you doing? Is that cheating if you? But you're the one who programmed it.
It sure sounds like it.
But
How much effort is required by you after that?
I input the numbers and it outputs
I don't know.
it. Would you? But doesn't it take a deep understanding to be able to program it?
Maybe.
Because I'm using it as a time saver and also an accuracy checker.
I don't know, as long as you're...
I will probably still do the work.
Do not know very much about that. I can see it going either way.
Silly, because I want to use it in my final.
Like, are you using the calculator to do the problem or check the problem?
I don't trust my own work enough to just do the problem. I will probably use it to check the problem.
So, like, do you do it and then use the calculator to check it, though? Is that how that works?
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that, really.
Okay. It's kind of because it's just a bunch of we have speakers by the way, but it's just a bunch of different. It's equations and formulas, and you just do basic algebraic stuff to do it, and you input your stuff. So it's not hard stuff, but it's stuff I make easy mistakes on. So I don't know. Finals in 2 weeks, and I have hopefully enough time to program maybe another section.
What does finals mean exactly?
Finals. We have 2 semesters in class. We have a final at the end of each semester. It's a big
What's
test.
a semester?
A semester is
I really do not know a lot about school.
okay. A semester is made up of 2 9-week periods. So we just have 4 9 weeks in a year. semester is kind of like, it's just a halfway mark. It's right before holiday break, Christmas vacation. Oh, that's fun. A lot of classes are 1 semester long, which means they're only 9 weeks. So it's a break, and then you usually get different classes if you have different classes. And you take a final before it ends. And you have 2 semester grades, and they add both of those up to make your final grade. The average is. I don't honestly know how to explain it, but finals.
I understood that for the most part.
Okay, finals are the test you take that thumbs up all that you learned in that first semester, and then the final is when you learn the entire year. So it's a test on your what is it? How much you remember all the stuff and how much.
Uh-oh.
There's a word for it.
I'm good.
Okay. It just checks your understanding and your just it's all the stuff you've done all year, but half the stuff you forgot how. 3/4 of the stuff you forgot how to do. So they give you a week to study before them, and you get a bunch of study guides, and then you take the test, and it's worth 20% of your grade. 40%, 20%. I don't know. Big boy.
So we don't do anything like that. We do have a California Achievement Test or whatever it's called. That we do at the end of every year.
Are you still in high school?
No.
Okay.
Back then.
Yeah. Why is it California?
I don't know if that's the official one or just what we used. I have no idea.
Huh. Thanks, by the way. You do a good job. Needs a larger map size.
Hey, look at that. We survived.
Thank you. What was on the California Achievement Board? Was it
It was
for class
just generic
basis or
stuff.
classes?
Just see how much we learned throughout the year.
Which class? Total? All of them?
Yes.
So it was like algebra and literature.
Yes, everything.
So we have a final for every single class we have, except for like study halls and stuff. And it's government mandated.
Ours was not, oddly enough.
Well, and then all
It's
the
odd
teachers
thinking
do-
about it that it's not required.
Yeah. But honestly, some of the classes kind of BS it. Like for, I don't know why, but our school, for the social studies finals, they give us a study guide that is all the same questions that are on the test in order they are on the test. So and then you can use the study guide on the test. So they're just giving you the test. So you look up all the answers and you're like, I know this now. I guess that's kind of cool. It's helpful for social studies because you don't need to memorize dates. But it's like, what's the significance of this? I'm like, oh, I know because I looked it up. It's really not as hard as the math.
Math, it's easy.
Yeah.
It's easy and hard for
remembering
different people.
I'm usually good at math. I feel like
Jenny struggled the entire way through math.
algebras.
However many years she did school.
I am.
I flew through it.
Did you like geometry or did you like?
Uh,
Because people are like, oh, it's algebra's usually hard for people who are good at geometry, and the other way around.
no, I wouldn't say I like it. I honestly don't like any math.
Jeez, man.
I'm good at it. Doesn't mean I like it. I struggled all the way through English, but I loved it.
Like reading or writing? Or grammar?
Just understanding it, doing it, everything. I wasn't bad at it. I just loved it, but hated doing it. If that makes any sense at all. If that even can make sense.
Oh, don't make me go prone. It's rude. We have double tap.
That's good. Oh, thank you.
Are you mad they took out Jug and Xbox?
No, I agree that they should take out Crush perks.
I don't know what Crush perks
Crutch
are.
perks, basically those perks that everyone buys just because they have to. So like Jug.
I think that's a good idea because then basically you have 3 perks. And you should be able to pick. I've never thought of that.
Like think about how many people choose not to buy Jug.
No one.
Exactly.
Yeah, but you should be able to pick what
So
you want.
why not just start the person's character with it?
Yeah.
If you know 99% of the player base is gonna buy it immediately.
I mean, I think they're just gonna try to make the early rounds hard.
Yeah,
Oh, that was quick, and I just bought all my tricks.
it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Now do you know why they removed it?
No.
They couldn't figure out how to make it work with their new armor system.
What was armor?
I don't know, I haven't played Black Ops 4.
I played it once.
Apparently there's some armor in it.
Yeah, I know you can take up to 4 hits, and it was originally 3, so you could only take 3 hits no matter what rounds. But they upped it to 4.
So originally they didn't mean to remove it, they just couldn't figure out how to make it work.
Okay. But now they're like, it's a stance, taking away.
Mm-hmm.
Just like feminists. Am I wrong?
Nope. Where does the public school stand on evolution? How is that taught? Is
They
it taught
actually-
as a theory? Is it in history?
They-
Is it in science?
It is in biology, and I think they did a really good job of teaching it
Why is it in biology?
because it's the study of human, and we
It is
and
100% a theory. There's nothing scientific about it.
animals. Same with non-evolution based stuff.
What do you mean?
What is spontaneous or what's the theory called? With just he done did it.
I did not. You brought this up, not me.
But I assume that's what you're basing it off of.
No. I
What
was
do
not
you
going to
do
bring
then?
God into this picture. I don't necessarily believe God should be taught in schools. It is
What
not something
do
that
you-
can be proven.
Believe it happened if it's not evolution.
I didn't go there. Let me finish my point first.
Okay. But it's
Even the guy himself, Charles Darwin,
Yeah.
he himself said it was a theory. He never intended it to be taken as serious as it is. Never. It was always a theory. Now, is biology not considered science? Science is something that can be proven in the physical world.
Not necessarily. Because they
Maybe not.
still teach theories.
Science, the definition of science is something that can be proven. And his theory cannot be proven. Every link, every step, all the way. So why is biology science?
Yes.
So why is it taught there then? If it's a theory.
Theories?
It cannot be proven in any way.
Yeah, but they're science. I would not be is something that can be proven.
That is the
True.
actual definition of science. That is not me spouting off random ideas. That is the actual definition,
dead,
something
by
that
the
can
way.
be proven.
Oh yeah. It's a very well investigated hypothesis theory. I'm so dead. I think they don't really have an argument because I can't support it and I can't deny it.
Rip. I ran out of sprint.
This is hard without just.
I agree it should maybe be taught in science. I would agree that's where it probably belongs, science or biology or something. As long as it's made very, very clear this is a theory, this is in no way science.
Okay, science definition: the intellectual and practical activity encompassing the scientific study of the structure and behavior of the physical and natural world through observation and experiment. So it's not saying it has to be true. It's saying that it's been observed and experimented on, which I think the study of evolution has, starting from Darwin and evolving till now. So technically, it is science because it's
Where did my definition come from?
I don't. This one is dictionary. It's just
Google.
Google. Yeah, just the Google.
Where did I get mine?
Because systematic study, something that can be studied, like systematic knowledge or a system of knowledge conveying general truths or the operation of general law, especially obtained and tested through the scientific method.
General is such a broad term.
Yeah,
I hate it when things use the word general.
I would just say it follows the scientific method of testing a hypothesis, but they teach theories in algebra. Would you say that that's not algebra? 'Cause it's not true. Like geometry, you have what, parallel
Is it
lines
made clear
theory?
that it's a theory?
It is. The first day, my biology teacher was like, we're going to do evolution today. We're not stating that evolution is true. You guys can have your own thoughts and opinions, but we're just going to teach you the theory.
I'm not against it at all as long as they're very clear about it, that it's not
They
facted
were
anyway and it's
Very
a
clear,
theory.
and we had a very out Christian who was funny in our class. He just like, oh, that's not true. And she was like, okay. And just kept moving on. And it was like he was denying it, but he didn't feel offended that we were teaching it. So I think if you were to be taught it, I don't think you would be mad about the way.
As long as it's very clear, it's a theory, it's a no way fact,
Yes.
I am not against it.
We went over the ways Darwin tested it and how what he used. Like he used like birds in the South America to study it, but it wasn't like, okay, this is how we all came from stuff. So that's it. But what's your theory of evolution, Dark? What do you believe in?
Me, I say it's all fake. Not fake.
What is
Not true.
Evolution?
Evolution, yes.
What do you counterpose then? If we could die to that rabbit hole.
Okay, what is evolution? That's the theory that things evolve from one to another and blah 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 and on and on and on.
That adaptations are passed down through a line, and that's what brought us here, kind of. How did we get here? That is what they are asking, and they prove it with evolution, or at least they attempt to prove it with evolution.
You were asking the wrong man.
Do you have an idea or a thing that you believe in? It's like how we got here? Do you think we were just one day they were like, hey, let's make some humans?
Oh, I have my idea, but it cannot easily be proven in any way.
What is your idea? I just want to know.
Christian, that there's a God.
And he one day chose?
Yes. And I'm not about to try and explain that because that is very, 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 very hard to explain.
Yep.
There is no easy way to do that.
You can choose what you believe in.
To someone who has no use for it.
You have no use for it? I have
No,
use
for you. I assume
Yeah.
you don't.
I do not. I mean, yeah. Do you believe that a person's beliefs is based on their parents?
That's where it starts for sure.
Where it starts, but they're...
But from
They're
there,
not.
they can go anywhere.
Okay.
Like my oldest brother has chosen to reject all of it. He has nothing to do with it.
Okay.
My oldest sister, she goes to church, not a Christian. All of us are kind of in between. Still go to church and everything.
Mother's hardcore?
Mother not so much. Father, yes.
Okay. I thought it was your mother.
No. No.
But she's the one who doesn't...
She believes she's a Christian. When I say Christian, I mean saved or born again, whatever you want to call it, Christian, not just someone who goes to church.
I don't know what born again is.
Okay, you've ever heard someone say they're saved?
No. Is that when you had a bad experience in life and it's like, Jesus saved
No,
me?
no.
Okay, then I haven't, because that's all I...
Those people are
Like,
phonies and their religions are phonies.
saved me, yeah.
Okay. So basically,
am I shooting that?
Way to explain that you will understand. So basically, being saved is when you ask God to come into your life and you're going to follow Him forever. And basically, you're going to live your life by the Bible and Him.
So you sell your soul,
That's quite the extreme way of putting it.
but for good.
So, okay.
Okay,
So I would not call someone who just goes to church a Christian.
Gatekeeping.
What?
I just think anyone who's Christian is the Christian God.
It is not. A lot of people think it's as simple as you go to church, you're a Christian. Simple as that.
I mean,
Not
you
at
don't
all.
have to go to church, and you can go to church and not be like. I think Liv does.
You do. If you're gonna claim to be a Christian of any kind, you do have to go to church. That is implied throughout the entire Bible and said in many cases.
Okay.
That you need to meet with your fellow brethren, Christians, all of them.
Yeah.
Like the actual interaction with the people is very important. Just hearing a sermon is not the most important part.
Not like an online course.
No.
Help me. M14 needs more ammo.
Now, I'd like to add, you're the one who shifted this thing towards Christian thought.
I'm okay with thinking about it. I don't get many. Not many people are very passive about it, and I appreciate you for being passive about
I
it.
am not anyone who will ever hate someone for disagreeing.
Yeah, because more people are like, "How dare you, scoff!"
Half of the people, half of my relatives are like that, and I cannot stand it.
Yeah, so it's good to have.
If you're a
conversations.
pro-abortion, gay, democratic evolutionist, you're not gonna be an outcast in my home. I'm not gonna choose to spend a lot of time with you just because I don't want to be influenced by that, but you won't be an outcast.
Okay.
And I
Dirk spends
thoroughly
a lot of
hate
time
every
with
one of those things.
Gay?
All of
Dirk
them.
doesn't like the homosexuals.
Joke about it, yes, but if I could do away with it right now, I would definitely.
Okay. Ow! Don't touch me. Oh, bye, Dark.
Like, I am pro-life against abortion all the way.
Okay.
100% believe it's murder. Yet, my sister-in-law is pro-abortion, and still welcome into my home, still eat dinner with her, still go over to her house, hang out with her kid.
Who is
I
this?
will never reject you completely because of any belief you have.
Double points.
What was my original question? Oh, I don't know.
You ask a lot of stuff I cannot easily explain. I am not well educated enough for this.
We got really off topic. All
We
I
did.
remember was
I brought up evolution, and you started going on about God.
you brought off school. Thank God.
I was just talking about evolution. How was it taught?
Oh, pretty well. It was taught fairly well. Speak.
I'm not sure why stuff isn't evolving in 6,000 years, though.
I mean, it has. I think.
You think.
I have no proof whatsoever. I have and
Name two things that has evolved from one to another. Run!
Oh, Jug, hi.
I just find it very odd that when they went to the moon, there was about 6,000 years of dust on it. Actually measured by scientists, they determined that there's about 6,000 years of dust on it. And the Earth was about 6,000 years old. If you go by the Bible, the Earth is about 6,000 years old when they went. It's very odd.
I don't understand. I have nothing. I have no idea about it.
There's an actual
6,000.
timeline in the Bible leading up to Jesus' actual, like, what do you call the timeline of your family tree? Chronology, maybe? I don't know. There's an actual line all the way to Jesus, and if you actually add up all the dates, It's about 6,000. No, it's about 4,000 years. And then we can also track it. There's also timelines all the way leading from Jesus. And about your Earth is about right now about 6,000 years old.
Based on the Bible.
The 2000 thing is actually pretty accurate. The 2000 started from Jesus. He was about roughly 4,000 years in.
Is that from the crucifixion or birth? Because I was so very confused.
When he was crucified, that would have been about 4,000 years in.
But what date is that on the calendar? Because that's where I get confused. Because, you know, there's BC now, before current era. I guess what it's called.
That is what it stands for now. They've changed that.
Yeah, that's why
I completely am against that part.
That
actually used to mean before Christ.
Yeah,
that is why it was called BC.
But is that before his birth, or is that before the end of that?
That was before his birth, so it would be from his birth.
From his birth.
Interesting.
Okay. I just need to. I should probably read up on how they just, because like what the Romans were like. Okay, we're starting the calendar.
I don't know a lot about the calendar afterwards.
Yeah, I don't. Because was it counting down then? Because it was going from like 1 year it was what 2,000 based on your 4,000 based on yours. So 1 year was 4,000. They're like, oh, accidentally killed them.
I don't actually know if there was a calendar of any kind.
Because if it was counting down, that'd be pretty cool.
It was not counting down. Yeah.
Why do they call it like 600 AD? Is not the
that's a more modern thing that we've done.
6,000 AD. Is that 6,000 AD old or 600 AD? Is that old? Is that Roman times?
600, I would assume so. That's 600 years after Jesus or Christ.
What is 600 BC then?
That'd be 600 years before his birth, I assume.
Then weren't they counting
BC
down?
before Christ?
Yeah,
no. The whole BC thing is the thing we. Oh, okay. Zero starts at his birth, and then as the number gets higher, yes, if that makes any sense, sure.
I kind of, but I'm just confused on how they did track like how they recorded it. Because what?
I don't know.
Romans were pretty smart. I don't know. Are you against fossils then?
No. You want to know where fossils come from?
Dead things.
Notice how just about every different nation out there, every different culture, notice how they all have some kind of big flood in their history. You ever heard of Noah's Ark, I assume?
Yeah.
That's where fossils come from.
Noah's Ark? Does everyone flooded and died?
Yep.
With the boat.
Notice why are there fossils on top of mountains? You ever consider that?
Because things go up to the mountains and die.
You know how fossils are made?
Isn't just sedimentation above bodies?
Basically,
skin erodes.
A fossil is made by the bone or the whatever the fossil is of. It's got to be compressed really tight.
Okay.
That happened. Most of us believe this. That happened during the flood when there was so much water, so much weight. It compressed these things into fossils.
Where did the water go? I don't know.
Okay, the actual story is the deeps broke open and then
the deeps?
Deeps. E-E-E-P-S. Deeps.
Is that oceans or is that like
no. Yes, no. I personally think it's an actual like deeps under the earth type thing that God opened up.
Okay.
Because like where did all that water go from? That's a very good question, honestly.
Okay, because like if it's in the water.
No easy way to explain it unless there's literally a bowl of water under there that God opened up.
Unless it was like a different. Hey, don't touch me.
Where are they going with that? Give me on so many different things you want me to define different
that's
things.
That's because I don't know anything. We were talking about. Because I don't know. Is like. Do a lot of I have a thing. Don't a lot of people not believe in Noah's Ark? A lot of Christians.
No.
A lot of they all do.
As far as I know.
Why did I think? I always thought it was kind of.
It's really hard to reject it. I don't know of anyone who would call themselves a Christian that rejects Genesis, the first book in the Bible. And that's
So?
where it is. And it's also hard to reject because just about every different nation and culture out there has some kind of giant flood in their history. Even if they don't say it was of God, they all have a giant flood back there. Not all, but a majority. Teach some kind of big catastrophic event on the earth or a flood or something. And it's all roughly around the same timeline, 4,000 years ago.
Okay.
No, that happened around starting from, let's pretend for a minute God created the earth, that would have been about 1,600 years in. So that would have been what?
1,600 years
What,
in?
that would have been like, what, 24 BC?
Wait.
2400 BC?
Can you restate that? I didn't understand. God created the earth 1,600 years in. So
No,
you
that would have been when the
first.
flood was 1,600 years after creation, so that would have been, what, 2400 BC? I think.
What are your thoughts on space then, Dark?
What about it?
Did he create the universe?
Sure did.
But do you believe in aliens, other life?
Nope.
So he was like, you're special. They picked
Kind
only
of.
our planet. Kind of? Okay. Oh, I clicked back.
I'm so lucky I can shoot between your legs. I would not ever let anyone shoot
There's
between my legs
nothing
with this.
there. Yeah, I don't trust that. Or speak a little. Watch. Okay.
Where is I going with that? We get
You
on
don't
so many
believe
different
in
things
aliens?
before I can say more things.
Do you want a good jug? Dark does not believe in aliens.
There's no proof one way or the other yet, right?
No proof. There is hypotheses, but no proof.
And you better not be one of those people who says, well, there's water out there, so there must be life.
Water is not the only condition of life.
Exactly.
But
You ever have Reading Rainbow, that show growing up?
Reading Rainbow. Take a look.
They
It's in a book.
It drove me mad one day. They supposedly went to the moon or something. They found water, and they instantly suggested that water meant life. That drove me crazy. Water does not in any way mean life. Anyway.
Water is essential in the current life form of us.
Yes.
But you can have like carbon life. You know, we're carbon life, right?
Maybe yes.
Carbon-based
I
life. Then-
don't go look at an ocean and be like, oh, life. That's not what comes to mind when I see an ocean.
Yeah, but having water is
Is essential, yes.
but I think having water on a life, it doesn't prove that there's life, but there's a possibility now that there is.
No, I went down. I backed up into one.
Are they all coming through the door soon?
Probably.
Wait, upstairs, Logan.
Yeah, if you could drop down and run at me real quick.
Yep.
Yeah, run. You're good. We're good. You're good.
I can agree that evolution sounds very far-fetched. Not evolution, but the first little bit over billions of years, that seems very hard to believe, but I stick with it.
Hey, how you doing?
I've let them all
Don't run
be,
back immediately.
Ditched.
Go
Yeah.
train out there for a second.
Try to open up this one. Oops.
He never intended for it to be taken the way it is now. To him, it was always just a theory.
Darwin?
Yes, he never meant for it to be taught in any kind of science or biology class. It was just a theory in a book. That's all he ever meant for it to be.
Look at your jug.
Oh yeah, jug is a thing.
How does one pee? Let's get Dark gets a crawler, that's how.
You cry.
Yeah. Definitely do. What did they say that how life started? What? Asteroids with
Sure, if you believe two giant rocks smashing into each other can create life, sure.
no,
If that makes sense in your life, go for it.
I mean, two rocks and smash together and make a planet. And maybe
Perfectly
a little
round
baby
planet, by the
moon.
way.
That's because of gravity. It's not perfectly round.
It's
rough.
pretty close.
It's rough.
Go out in space and look at it.
Everest versus
Go out in space and look at it. It's pretty
That's-
close.
isn't gravitational pull, circular motion.
Maybe.
Yeah. It's not circular motion.
We have no
It's-
history of it not being smooth, though.
It's true.
I'm
But-
just saying it's pretty smooth for two rocks smashing into each other. Or a golf ball, Big Bang, whatever you want to believe. So these balls are pretty smooth for that. I don't know, whatever the Big Bang theory is.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
It's I don't understand it. XPR.
Where is I going before that? Before you distracted me?
I distracted you with.
I have not put a lot of thought in it, but a lot of Christians, their reason for no aliens is because Jesus came to save us. Does that mean there's got to be another Jesus to go save them? Does that mean he saved them when he died? That's a lot of the reasons. I have not put a lot of thought into it.
Uh-oh.
Well, quite the situation you put me in. Yeah, I can do this. Yeah. You got big gun, right?
No, I really don't have the gun.
If you could leave, actually, if you could just straight up leave this yard. I mean, I'm talking about
Can
survival.
you not kill them all? Can you not kill them all?
Did you leave?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, in the house.
That's fine. Chances of survival are much greater if you're not together.
Can you not kill them all? Sorry.
Yeah, I can knock him off.
Thank you. Oh, great. Traded out my DSR. Got an extra. The DSR again.
Ooh, I got a ray gun.
Okay. My LSAT. I'm glad I got that because I downed it.
I have
Okay.
two crawlers.
I have to do that. Don't kill him.
Tell it you said?
No.
Do what?
Did you? Have you seen It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia?
Nope. Heard a lot about it though.
Because they made a really.
You ever seen The Community?
Yeah. Have you?
Nope.
No.
You ever seen The Office?
Yeah.
I've seen one episode. One about
Oh.
fire safety. It was incredibly
That's the
entertaining.
best episode. It was incredibly entertaining, or no?
Yes.
Okay, that's the best episode. So it only goes uphill once and then downhill all the way. But yeah, so it was supposed to be taken as a joke, but it's very funny and creative, and it really brings a lot of questions to a lot of stuff. So it made it very questionable. So I would watch that in the meantime if you have free time. Don't watch it
Oh,
with
you
me.
put the link.
I put a link. Watch it eventually, but not now because I want to talk more about it. Here we go. What do we get? What's the next topic of debate?
Economics 102.
Economics. Are you watching Community?
No.
Okay. Economics. Do you believe in fiat system or
What?
I don't know. Who's the? How much do you know about economics?
I don't know. I don't know a lot of the official education side of stuff. I know a lot of the useful information.
Do you
If
like
that makes
hands-off
any
policy
sense.
or government control?
You mean like free trade deregulation type stuff versus regulation?
More like the government and the Federal Reserve altering interest rates in order to keep the economy stable.
good
You
and
think-
bad, but often they end up breaking it and trying to fix it. Half the time they legit create crashes themselves.
Yeah. Oh god, it's not good.
It's fine. It's fine. Run up here and get me.
Up here?
Yeah, up here. Run up here and get me. Where are you?
I have no jug.
It's fine. Get up here and get me. I'll save my shots.
I got smashed.
Why
Owie.
keep me around?
I know, I'm useless. Me and my 4 revives.
You are useless. I got 2. Lower numbers are always better.
Oh, of course, that's a nice looking house.
What?
I will set picture. It's a jank looking house.
Let's see. Economics 102.
Good and bad dark? Dark's up for the good and also the bad.
Do we go again? Yes, no?
Yeah. Go for it.
The Nutcracker. I would not ever live in that.
Scared of heights?
Oh, it looks incredibly unsafe.
It looks unsafe, but
And it looks
Trust-
interesting, but it's not what I would
Oh,
call
fuck.
nice, like the house I want to live in.
no. But I like the A-frame. That's what they're called. The like triangle thing.
A-wing?
Those are A-frames. You
Wing?
can put an A-wing in it. If you oh my god. Okay, so best Christmas ever. There's my list. I had when I was a child, but best Christmas ever. My brother and I got a large inflatable. I think it was either a speeder or an A-wing. It may have been an A-wing.
Speedo?
Speeder. Like I think it was probably episode 2 where they're riding around and they're like keep falling into stuff. It was maybe that, but it was great. And like we looked over the balcony that we have, the little like railing, and it was like a giant blow up thing, and it was so
How long have you lived in your house?
my whole life,
Oh, good.
17 years.
So you don't know what it's like to move?
No,
Good.
probably a pain.
I do not either.
Yeah, it's something that a lot of people.
I do not look forward to it.
Yeah, I think it's. Yeah, I don't. I think it'd be weird for the first couple months just to live in a house.
It'd be nice if I could convince my parents to sell me the house. Except I refuse to let them live with me. I'll live with them, but they're not living with me in my house.
Give me the house. Get out.
My dad would do it, but my mom refuses to move. She moved around a ton as a kid.
Get the neighbor's house. Good old.
I wished. Okay, looking at my house from the street, my neighbor to the right he's got a very, very well-maintained house. It's kind of old-fashioned, needs some updating, but very, very well-maintained in every way. He's over 80 years old. If I could just get him to die, and then I'll snow
You can speed that up a
blow,
little bit.
and then I'll maintain his house for his wife for the next year or two while she's alive, and then maybe she'll
Okay.
leave me the house when she dies.
Does she
Other
have kids.
no.
Good.
They were not able to have kids. I do not know any details about it. My other neighbor, he's about late 70s if I was a betting man. I don't actually know. He recently had a stroke. He's had another stroke before. He's had a heart attack. So he
Okay.
might die soon, hopefully.
Alright.
I actually don't care for the guy that much.
Okay.
Um,
good. Be gone.
But one house down from him is another guy called Rick. He is the loneliest man I've ever seen. I would love him as a neighbor. He would stay to himself the entire day. But I don't know if I want to live next to my parents. Do I want my mother coming over every day?
No, but you know they would. Constantly.
I know my dad would leave me alone. I don't trust my mom to leave me alone.
No, they'd like, well, you can like go over and steal their food though.
Yeah, I could.
So,
This is the part where we die.
yeah.
Yeah, on the
Don't
bright
worry,
side, you turned me around.
turn your life around eventually.
I'm a lost cause.
that we're giving away. This
So I would love to have Mr. Ricky as a neighbor. Not so excited about having my parents as a neighbor.
Hopefully they'll die soon too.
Yeah, my dad's not gonna die anytime soon.
How old is
Pretty healthy for his age. Closing in on 60 fast. He's fairly healthy.
he? Good. Good.
Our game didn't work, by the way.
9.
My mom, on the other hand, she's got a lot of health issues, but I don't see her dying anytime soon either.
Good.
Are you joining?
Yeah,
Good,
okay.
sir?
No, it had to.
This one, I don't need to do any work here, so that's just a little USB. Here. So Mike says, hey Paul.
What are your thoughts on domestication?
What do you mean?
The domestication of wild animals. Now we did it, and it affects things. Because, do you believe in cavemen? Does that fit your timeline? Caveman in quotations, just the type of people they were. Not Homo sapiens, I think they were called. I don't know.
I definitely believe there are people who lived in caves. I don't
They were
don't
different
see any reason.
species, apparently.
I've never.
Based
No,
on
no.
evolution.
Well, then those I completely disagree with. So
But-
where? Before we got off topic, again, domestication, you said?
Yes. Domestication of, let's just
I would
say-
like to say I'm against, but I'm clearly not because I've had pets and I've been to zoos.
Yeah.
So,
What was
No.
my initial point? Do you think domestic? Yeah, okay.
continue.
Technically, the fossils of humans have been found with different skulls. How do you explain that if it's not evolution?
Well, one of those actually came up in the news in the last 6 years.
As
And you want to know what happened 2 weeks after they found it?
the
It was
things-
proven fake.
Okay.
Now, you also got to consider. You said fossils, right? You mean bones or fossils? They are different.
Oh, bones then, yeah. Remains.
How disturbed are those remains? Are they in the perfect shape of a body, or are they a bunch of
Just-
bones found in a
just a
cave?
Bunch of bones found in this cave.
So they don't all have to belong to the same being, then, right? Is that
I mean-
fair? If they're not in the perfect shape of a body or a human, is it possible then that they came
can
from
be a-
different things,
Different.
different things, different beings, different animals, different people, whatever?
Sure, but I don't think you're proving the point here. It
No,
sounds like
no,
you're saying that there's different species.
What's your question?
How does your timeline fit them? If God created humans, are they an early version of humans, or are they a different version?
Okay, that's where I was
trial
going with that. That's why I asked bones or fossils. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, because before the flood, humans were actually a lot taller. So like right now, let's say we're an average of 6 feet tall. I don't actually know. Before that, it was actually closer to 8 to 10 feet, and they were bigger and stronger.
More manual labor, yeah.
Is it possible maybe that they looked different back then? Slightly. Is it,
But
and also,
does that mean they evolved into after what?
wait, what? Say that again.
If they look slightly different than us, does that mean they evolved? Or
No.
de-evolved?
No. Because after the flood, the living conditions were completely different. Basically, before the flood, Earth was like one big island, landmass on it. It was during the flood that
Pangea.
it broke open up into the different continents and all that.
Yeah.
There also used to be like a canopy over the entire Earth that, inside it was very moist. It was very, very nice living conditions.
Okay.
After that, after it broke, humans were not used to that, and because of that, it messed them up in a lot of ways. That's why we got a lot more health issues now, and We have rain and snow, and we're shorter now, and a lot of things changed after the flood. Completely different. So I'm suggesting that maybe Noah looked significantly different than. Maybe not significantly. Maybe a bad word. Not significantly. Maybe he looked different than us because he was before the flood, and maybe his offspring for a couple generations looked different. Maybe there was a transition period there. Just throwing out ideas.
I don't really know the definition of it. Like, does evolution have to be survival of the fittest, or does it just have to be any change over a period of time?
I do not know a lot about it. I've always heard that it's both. I do not know.
Because, like, I know you can't pass down a broken arm you don't get. That's scientifically proven. Are you okay with that?
Wait, what? You cut out for a second.
You cannot pass down acquired traits. Like, if you have a broken arm, you have to have a broken arm. Or if you burn yourself, that doesn't get passed down.
Traits. So we're not talking about diseases and that type of stuff?
Acquired characteristics, I guess. But that's genetics. I don't know. The basics of...
For a second, I will say yes, but I do not know for sure, but I get the feeling that's easily proven wrong.
Yeah, like if you have a cut. But
like there's a lot of things I could do to myself that'll mess me up for long term that'll also affect my kids.
Yeah. Okay. That is true. Yeah. You pass down diseases and you pass down like...
Are those acquired characteristics?
I don't know. Actually, I don't know. But what drop did you get, by the way?
Doug, over here.
Okay. I can't afford it. Garage?
No.
Okay. The basics of evolution or Darwinism, that small changes in a person or an organism made it easier for them to survive, which means they were able to have more offspring, which means the trait continued down. So like a bird who had a larger beak than other birds were able to eat bigger nuts because they cracked that nut. So that means they survived longer, which means they had children who also had those beaks because of...
Very hard to take you or zombie using the word nut seriously.
You nut? What, you don't like when birds have acquired traits that make them better?
No, it's hard to listen to you say the word nut. Continue.
Fine. And then, so that's Darwinism, for sure.
I would agree with that.
So, based on that, a stronger... Well, maybe that's... Based on that, Darwinism is kind of jank now because of humans and healthcare. Because now, if you are ill, you can survive and have offspring, and that doesn't really affect people anymore. So evolution is definitely slowed, especially in humans. Probably animals, because we have fats.
How are you there? How did you get there?
Hi, what's your name?
How long have you been there?
Like 3 seconds.
Okay, good. Because I don't remember seeing you.
I got the SMR. I got just now noticed. I don't know. What's my point? My point is...
How do you explain dogs, cats, lions, and humans? Why are they so different?
That's the confusing part of evolution.
Back in, like 500, did we just stop giving what we thought was slightly different health care so they became dogs and cats, or?
No, that's modern day. The basis of evolution has to take into account that your timeline for Earth is nowhere close.
So you have to have millions or billions of years. Now, it is very important that you don't confuse millions and billions. Second you use both or confuse two or say it could be either, I'm going to reject your theory immediately because there's a huge difference between millions and millions.
Millions and what?
Millions and billions. There is a huge difference.
Okay.
Second you use either one wrong or say it could be either, I'm going to reject your theory immediately.
I don't know the age of the universe, but I think it's in billions.
You cannot confuse millions and billions, though. They're completely different numbers.
Isn't 1 million, it's like, or a billion is a million to the 10th power, or is it 2?
I'm
I don't
not
know.
completely sure. Millions are big numbers I do not use very
I
often.
think it's million, billion. It's a big,
I would agree with that, yes. I think.
but that's the only way evolution would be able to work. In the to give us all that we have. Oh, I have jug.
Well done.
Yeah, because evolution would not be able to solve stuff in your success line.
That is for sure.
Yes. But I think their basis is oh, we have Pac-Man. Yellow House, same house. I think they were like, we started with land-living bacteria that evolved into something, and then somehow it was like, I want feet, and then it got feet.
Better not say
I-
a blob hopped out of the ocean.
No, I think it was like
I saw that in the video once.
a blood.
It's hilarious.
I think they were just in search of food. There's food up there. Oh, wait, how was there food up there without plants?
Food
God
up where?
damn.
Up where?
On land. How did plants start? Who knows?
I know, but I can't prove it.
What do they classify?
What?
What does the Bible classify as plants?
It's on day like 3 or 4 that he created life.
Life is
Like
different.
yeah, it's separate from humans. Like all the grass,
Okay.
you know, trees, all that stuff.
I don't get the day thing. Can you run me down on that?
No, without looking it up, no.
Okay. Well, can you give me a brief summary?
Well,
First is the universe.
one day he did the universe. The other, I think he did light. And then was the darkness. And then another day, I think planets, or were the planets a part of the universe? I don't remember. And then he created the oceans, like the waters. And then another
Water.
day, water with D's. And then another day, I think he did I do not know this timeline very well. I did not have it memorized in any way. And then another day, I think he did all the the living things on the earth. So like some animals and some trees and some grass and everything else that grows and moves and lives. And then I think humans. I don't know how many days I had there. And then on the 7th day, he rested. That makes sense?
Took a long nap. Yeah. Did he make the molecules that make up water?
Good sir, you are asking hard questions. He just created water. I'm pretty sure it says water or
if
something
he created
referring
the
to water.
universe, wouldn't he be making hydrogen and oxygen?
yes, those are in there somewhere. Yes, I don't
But
think it's. I do
made
not believe it says that though.
though.
You're going into a lot more
I
detail.
don't think they knew about covalent bonds and atoms during whatever this was written.
He sure did. I'm pretty sure he didn't think why it would be important at the moment though.
Yes.
Just say water. He was talking to Adam.
Who wrote the Bible? What is the Bible?
Who
Is it
wrote
an
the
actual
Bible? It's
physical
written
thing?
by lots of people. What's included in the Bible is supposed to be inspired work by God. So man wrote it, but it's inspired by God. So stuff that is not considered inspired is not in the Bible.
What's the Ten Commandments?
10 Commandments is written by Moses. That is actually
Is that a Jewish thing?
they were Jews. It's not a Jewish thing. That's a human thing.
The Ten Commandments, though, is that?
Yes, it was given to the Jews. Yes,
Okay. And what's the Korah? That's the Jewish Bible?
I did not. Not something Christians have been used for. I have not bothered to learn stuff that is no use to me.
Was the Bible passed down orally a bunch of generations, or was it written immediately?
It's written overall 4,000 years.
1,000 years?
4,000 years, and then somewhere around there. No, no, it was a lot older. 1,600, 600 maybe. I want to say 6. I don't remember. Somewhere after Jesus, it was compiled into what we call the Bible. All the different books. It was not a Bible back then. It was just books.
Book 1 or Book 2, or just one big book?
No. It was just
Genesis, right?
just books like You know, it wasn't known as the Bible before or the book.
It was just it was
just
very
books that people wrote.
Okay.
And somewhere along the way, I don't know who and how they decided what was inspired by God and what wasn't, but somewhere along the way it was all compiled by don't quote me on this at all. No, never mind, I'm not going to say that because I know it's wrong. Yeah, it was compiled into the Bible, which means the book, somewhere along the way.
Okay. Why does ray gun have like my hand on the left? Is it because my
Your field
FOV
of
is too
view.
high?
Yes.
I hate that so much. I'm gonna get rid of the ray gun just so I don't see it.
I will murder.
It's a sign.
It is. Where was I going before that?
Books. Trust the books, man.
I don't remember.
I don't remember. Molecules, Dark.
No, you brought up 10 Commandments.
Oh yeah.
The Bible is actually written by tons of people. Tons of people.
It's a think tank.
Well, we're gonna die.
No, you are. Thank you for leaving them all away. Cancel my reload if you're flipped out thinking.
You know what the oldest book probably on the earth is?
What counts as a book?
A book. Someone's
Like
written
a
works.
leather-bound book.
No,
a
it does
big
not have to
book.
be a leather bound of any kind. It's just got to be a bunch of pages with a bunch of stuff someone wrote.
I would say how far back was Greece before Egypt? Like the pyramids of Egypt. Actually, it's
do
probably
you
a
mean the
caveman
nation? Do you mean the
times.
nation named Greece, or do you mean the landmass named Greece? What do you mean by Greece?
Grecian times?
The area has always been around. How old is the name Greece? I have no idea.
I don't know. I would say
I have not studied
Probably-
Greece or Greek very much.
prehistoric books that were written on like slab. What would you say?
There's a book about halfway through the Bible called Job. That's actually by a lot of historians too. That's considered to be the oldest book probably in the world. Ow, 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 ow. Stop it. Stop it. Okay, good.
But it's still the most
Smack me.
purchased book in history. Or
What?
Something else past that.
It's what?
The Bible's still the most purchased book. In
I would
history.
assume so.
So I know it was the first book ever printed.
What?
Printing press.
What book?
The Bible was the first book ever
Oh.
printed. I wish the dual weapons were like in Payday, where you can just shoot and it would shoot both of them.
Yeah,
Sometimes
kind
I
of.
don't. Ooh, nice. I like to be able to pick which ones I choose.
Do you have a good attention span?
I think I do, but get rambly.
You ever consider listening to books?
I have considered it. I want to read those hot dragon books. Listen
Hot.
to them, please.
Hot.
The ones where the girls probably on pot, whoever wrote it.
We used to read books every Sunday as a family together. My dad would read them to us. We were doing, I think, John Patton, bored me to death. And then one day he switched books because he finished John Patton. And I hadn't realized he switched to Thrilling Escapes by Night, story of William Tyndale. That book is so fascinating, basically about him and how he was literally being chased in a lot of cases and translating the Bible on the go into English. It's a very, very, very fascinating book that'll tell you the history of at least our translation.
It's
If
really
you feel like an
cool.
action book, it's very entertaining.
Who's John Patton? Was the creator of something? Or just with this book just that boring that you couldn't pay attention?
He was a missionary to somewhere.
Patton.
Also a guy in
Things. Oh, I'm thinking
also
of.
there's a Patton in the military.
Yeah,
Don't
that's
see us to do. They are very different.
which Patton is that?
I'm pretty sure Patton in the military got in a lot of trouble for moral things. Can't see him ever being a missionary.
Wasn't he the one who did tanks?
I think so. What do you mean, what tanks?
Just one or World War II was the first to use tanks.
Yes.
Popularized tanks. They weren't very tank at the time. Well considered listening to books. I should start listening.
If you want a good action book, Throwing Escapes by Night is a very entertaining book.
Oh, yeah. I will think about it. I had
It's
the
very
question,
entertaining.
That's what's the Book of Eli? Wasn't the book the Bible the whole time? Is that a? Have you heard of that? I don't know if it's a movie or a book.
Yes,
real-
I know nothing about it.
Isn't it? It's like the blind guy was like, we need to find and burn all these books.
I will take your word for that.
He was like, we need to find all these books because they give people knowledge and that's not good because he was like a bad leader. And then he was like, how is this book circulating? We've destroyed all the books. And he was like, it's the book of
You
Eli.
can't destroy all books.
Technically, if you burn them all in a big fire, you can't.
Yes, technically. But people will write books immediately.
Yeah. Unless they are illiterate, then they'll draw pictures, and it's a picture book.
Still a book.
The person's blind and have no picture.
Extra thick ink. Don't make it work.
They shove their little stuff in it. They draw the noises they hear.
Literally, people have thought about this before. And they came up with Braille.
Oh shoot!
Now, even if that wasn't a thing, you could just do extra thick ink and they could feel the letters.
But they don't have hands, right?
No hands? What about toes?
Oh, there, yeah. Well, I was like, if they were.
I mean, I
blind-
got pretty sensitive toes if you try and tickle them. I can feel
Yeah,
the
you
letters.
could have like rays. But like, if they're blind, then what would they write about? They probably have thoughts.
Are all humans blind? Is this what we're suggesting right now?
If all humans were blind because of chemical spills.
Well, I
All people
honestly do not have a theory for you. Because I honestly cannot see every human on Earth being blind.
What if they all died in a flight or a?
Yes, I can do hypotheticals until they're just crazy.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I cannot imagine a scenario where every human would be blind and they actually see it happening. I guess they would just talk to each other. They'd be forced to talk. I know
Oh,
talking is
that is-
considered evil nowadays, but yes, you'd have to
Yeah.
talk to your people
Oh.
around you.
It's just weird. I lost all sound in the box for a second. Stop doing that. Give me sound back.
Ooh, best gun. Don't go down now. DSR.
Best gun.
I went like 3 or 4 years without knowing you could get iron sights on it. That made me so happy. I love iron sights. Yes.
I did too. Yeah. Wow. It was like I had to wait for a friend to show.
I wish they'd just give me the attachment I want. I'll give this thing 10,000 points already.
Jeez.
I got it though.
Thanks, Denise.
What is this site called?
MSS? MMM?
Yeah, whatever it's called, yeah.
MSM. Yes. Oh. It's nice. I enjoy it.
I think it looks nice.
Did you like the upgrades for...
Or the what?
Did you like the upgrading Black Ops 2 with the big, like, mountain or whatever?
I didn't mind it.
I liked it. It was cool. Made the game really easy. Good on. What do you thought from the customization?
Oh, what?
You can add like attachments onto your zombies gun.
God damn it, I just put in the wrong gun. 10,000 points down the drain. Now I can't even pack my other gun. I don't care one way or the other. I never really took the time to use it or cared.
Oh yeah, you did use it. Okay. Alright, well, do we only have pack and jug?
And double tap,
Yeah.
which you should get if you don't have.
I already have it. Insane.
I personally didn't even play Black Ops 3 much, just because the zombies was just so easy, it actually bored me.
Yeah, zombies is really easy.
Like, you shouldn't be able, nobody shouldn't be able to make it around 50 with no problem.
Yeah, we could really just do Nocturne hours.
Like the Giant, we could go just camp up on that catwalk.
The catwalk was the best.
We could legit just sit there for 50 rounds. You could never do that in any previous game.
Yeah.
Like, people used to do that on Knockback and World at War, but by like round 20 or 30, you would be well overrun.
Be over one and without ammo. But there's the KN94. Whatever it's called. What's still called the KN94?
I mean, in World at War, but if you were to do that in like Black Ops 3, that'd be so easy.
Yeah.
And the whole like 3 hits thing just kind of bored me.
3 hits then?
Yeah, you can take 3 hits without jug instead of 2. Which makes it incredibly easy.
Double points.
What do you think the hardest zombies was?
World at War, then Black Ops 1, and then Black Ops 2, and then Black Ops 3, and then Black Ops 4. No, I would argue that Black Ops 2 on easy mode is harder because they make walking zombies. Walking zombies are way harder to deal with.
They are. They like to stump.
They mess up your trains. They ruin everything.
I just think Black Ops World at War is so difficult.
Yes.
Catching the zombies used to do onto you. You get caught and then double.
Speed up on top of the house.
Not if I go with speed. Thank you for killing that.
You got 2 coming up behind you. At least.
I'm good. You good. Where'd they go? Do you think it's wasteful that you just reload your gun no matter what's in the mag?
No, it's called a bad Call of Duty habit. Everyone's got it.
Duh. I like that gun. 127.
Yes.
Can you get a sight on it if you have?
Yes. I had it, but I accidentally put it back in the machine and wasted 10,000 points.
Which get instead?
Iron sights.
Just get something else.
I wanted the whatever that site we talked about before was. MSN, MSM.
Target finder.
Target finder is boring.
It's a square.
Useful, but it doesn't look nice.
I want to point of view. How's the DSR?
I've not used yet.
Fire sale.
You should grab that, by the way. You make me sad.
I'm good on weapons. I wish I had more.
Double points.
Hey, hard choices. DSR is more important.
Ben?
Good time to leave. Good planning.
Now I see what you traded it. 4M27. We're gonna make so many crawlers.
Which is unfortunate, because I really love that site. But the ray gun and the DSR are more important.
You have the sight on the ray gun. Just wish there was.
How does that not work?
What?
I shot literally between his feet at the ground and it just did nothing. Straight up did nothing. I'm gonna have to leave in a little while. Unfortunately.
15 minutes?
Maybe. We'll see what happens.
It's enough hours to get. See? That's fine. When will you be home?
Hour and a half after that if I make sure to be home soon.
Do you want to play after?
I would love to if you're around. It's up to you.
Okay. Dark enjoys spending time with you.
Sometimes. Yes and no.
Yes and no.
As long as it doesn't happen too much.
Need your space, Dark?
Mm-hmm.
I fully understand, because I'm not a
I think that's definitely half of what made me and Kate hate each other.
He was a woman?
No. Literally just too much time together.
Yeah.
We went way too far with that. Didn't hate him before, hated him by the end. I was ready to get rid of him like a month before he left.
Okay, yeah. Does penetration go up with upgrading?
No.
So just took out 7 zombies with 2 shots. Insta kill. They penetrated a lot. Or is it just 5-7 really good at penetrating? Or is penetration based off amount of people close to?
I do not know, sir. Okay, challenge. Can we agree I need to do a challenge?
What is the challenge?
Good idea. War Machine.
Okay. And Oblivion. Is it called? It's not called Oblivion, right?
The what?
Olympia. I think I might do that. Oh, should I go knife only?
No? Yes? Up to you. For better or worse, I just bought myself an Olympia.
I was on the violence. Even though I love the 5.7, the Ultra. That's not. Oh, it isn't. I'm smart. I just traded out my ballistic knives because it ran out of ammo.
Still going knife only?
Nope.
Oh great, this door's not open. Guess I gotta open it.
That door wasn't open.
The garage door. I couldn't get through the house. What have you done? Good sir. If you jack my train, I'm gonna murder you.
I will not.
Good sir, please don't die. Good sir.
Well,
Good sir. What have you done?
nothing that you would not have.
Oh great. Oh, you have monkeys.
I do. I forgot about that. You are not
And it's brought out of a barn apparently.
Only hit your wife, not mine.
Have you stopped beating your wife yet?
No, she deserves it.
If I'm ever seriously asked that question, I'll say no.
I sure hope. Wait, like it. What is it called? Child services if it's a domestic abuse of violence.
Because how can I stop if I haven't started?
Yes. Are you still beating your wife? No. Oh, that makes sense. Okay, I understand.
Problem is, you gotta say it real fast because they're gonna jump in immediately. As soon as they hear you say no, they're gonna jump in immediately against you. So you have to be real fast about it.
Stop beating your wife. No, never started.
I prefer
No.
just to say no.
Wait, I'm still confused. Beating your wife. No, that means you have done before.
No. If you say no, if you say no, you can't stop if you haven't started. So you can either choose to not respawn, which I think would be the correct answer, or you can be smart like me and say no, can't stop if I haven't started. Make sure there's a long pause before the second part though. Make sure you just say no and then pause for a while. Out of all, think for a minute.
I have to think because have you stopped beating your wife? No, that means you're continuing to beat her.
Yes,
Okay.
technically.
But if you say yes, that means you did.
Yes.
Why is the B23R still just?
Fire fail.
The tap is that good? Oh, you really got into a kerfuffle. Let me through. We're both about to die.
No, we're not. We're good. 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 I don't know.
You
if you got
might
out.
be.
I'm good. I don't know if you got out. You're not down yet, so you must have.
I'm stuck in the garage, but I don't know what you out as. Out of this game.
How'd you get in the garage?
How did I survive that? I crawled under. Prone. So I went prone and I crawled under, and they started coming from behind. So I shot a couple of them, and then I crawled back under.
Hey. Just let them in.
Just let it happen. Looks like I'm going back into the garage. Is dark here or is dark on the phone?
I'm here.
Okay. Apparently going into the garage disrupts your Pathfinder code.
Oh, god damn it.
Yeah.
Oh no. I'll do that. No one else ever understood this. I didn't think it was that hard of a concept. You just lead them away, and then you just run in and you get to revive. Not a hard concept. I mean, I'm probably gonna die right now doing it, but it's not a hard concept. See, no perks or anything. Oh, well. In this case, he was stupid, but normally that theory works.
But no, I got up and immediately got down. It's probably all.
Don't worry. I promise it works. He's a special boy. Okay, I'm about to come for you.
Okay.
Coming?
Thanks, Dirk.
You're welcome. Anything for you?
But I don't have to lean down but close to the claymore. So what game do I have to do a really dumb claymore animation?
I would say CSGO, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't have any.
No. Is it Call of Duty multiplayer? Where you have to like hold it up in the air first?
Nope. I doubt you're thinking of Insurgency. I don't know. Just throwing ideas out there.
It's a Call of Duty. Yeah, I think I'm just thinking of like shit.
Must be a Infinity Ward one.
Alright, I think you just do it faster. Zombies make it fast. Oh, I don't jug.
You don't got Jug, and I got no easy way of getting to you.
Let.
Let him in?
Let them fight.
I just gotta get up those stairs. I gotta open up that door without dying. Keywords: without dying. Without dying. Without dying! They're rushing up the stairs at me. They're getting mighty close. Don't worry, I'm coming for you.
Guess what? Oh. What? Did you just stop for a second?
I let go. I didn't think you're that close.
Apparently, yeah. That's confusing.
Funny though. What is he talking about?
It's a philosophy test, kind of. A bunch of questions, and then it measures.
Hey, look what I got.
But I hate you. Does that mean I can't get it technically?
No, you can.
Okay.
That's only a dumb thing in like Black Ops 3 and 4.
I know Wonder Weapons do. Fine, jeez, I'll just go right in. I'll just get the B2K. Actually, I wanted this originally. Because it's dope. No, I don't have double tap anymore. I don't have enough to open this door. Perfect timing.
Hey, 21 rounds I was thinking about is not bad though.
21 rounds. Yeah, for being kind of dumb the whole time. As long as I have less downs than Dark, I'm okay. But he always has more kills. I don't go for bad. I'm gonna do noob psychology quiz.
He left me.
Yeah, don't you have to go soon?
I don't know. I actually don't know. I'm gonna go get me a glass of chocolate milk, and I should have an answer by the time I get back.
Okay, I'm gonna touch on.
I must go.
Bye, Dark.
Bye. What do you mean bye?
Oh, I don't see it, nerd.
Yes, I was leaving. Goodbye.
Kyle, I would like to donate this Dan Case A4SF.
WAN show yet this week.
Okay. And also Ryzen 3000, so topics that you care about.
We're also going to discuss YouTube Rewind. I only made it about halfway through, so
Really?
it might have gotten a lot better towards the end, but
you? Okay.
I kind of suspect it didn't.
I'll wait. We'll get into that later.
And finally,
CS:GO is now free and also gets a battle royale mode because every game needs
I don't
one.
know. I'm refused to talk about that.
It's just no. No. Oh my goodness. Like pay for the game to get Prime, and as a Prime player, you
No,
can
wait,
choose
you're
to.
no, you're baiting me. I said I wasn't going to talk about this.
I didn't even.
No, you made me ask a question. I've been boondoggled.
As a Prime player, you can choose
No!
to not
No,
get queued against people
No!
who are not Prime players.
I want to talk about. Oh, okay. Oh. Why? Okay, no. I want to start with the
Oh, my
really
goodness.
important stuff. So,
Yeah.
Luke and I had a meeting today.
Oh boy.
We are going to be making. Oh, wow. Today is actually like
Haven't
kind
talked
of
to the team yet.
announcement WAN show.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
gonna
I'm
be,
so excited for one of them.
It's going to be incredible, okay?
Okay,
So,
yeah.
first of all,
Good shirt choice, by the way.
Floatplane, thank you. Floatplane has some big milestones coming up.
Yeah, which none of the team knows about.
At
so
the end of
hopefully
this
you're watching. Yeah.
So it's going to be actually pretty freaking awesome.
Yeah.
And one of the things that's going to happen before then is live streaming support with chat and all that cool stuff is dropping very, very soon. So you can expect, if you're a Floatplane member, you are going to be simultaneously multicasting, or
Heck
we are going to
yeah.
be simultaneously multicasting to YouTube, Twitch,
You could be too.
and floatplane.com next Friday.
Yeah.
So that's going to happen.
Exciting.
I can't
Fresh.
promise special treatment for the Floatplane chat. And in other news, YouTube Rewind dropped yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
why did you only make it halfway? Okay, sorry. One of the Floatplane guys just said an inside joke, and that caught me off guard. What?
So-
why did you only make it halfway through?
Okay, so here's the thing. I have a confession to make. I've never made it. No, I did. I think the year PewDiePie became #1, I might have made it all the way through because I remember seeing the bit at the end with him like walking on the beach or something. Does that ring a bell?
I thought it. I don't know if it ends that way or starts with that he like picks up the play button on the beach. or
Oh
whatever.
crap! Maybe that was the start.
Back
Maybe I
when-
didn't make
back
it through
when
that one
Rewind
either.
was good and had relevant people.
Okay, so hold on a second. So
Oof.
I have to confess that I
Marquez is in it. Marquez is cool.
don't think I have ever made it all the way through a rewind because I don't really watch YouTube. So for me, it's kind of like this parade of people that I don't know who the heck they are.
Well, I think that's the problem right now.
So that was one key difference this year, is I knew who Marquez was.
Yeah.
I knew who,
He's amazing. Have you watched his? This is totally off topic. Have you watched his camera phone comparison?
the
ladder
bracket that he's doing.
Yeah.
I don't really watch YouTube, but I'm aware that he's doing it.
It's done. It's up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's actually really interesting.
Okay, good.
You should watch it.
Okay, all right.
Or like skip to the end bracket.
I'll skim through it.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's like the most. That's a compliment. Like he doesn't watch anything. The fact that he's gonna skim through it and like actually get enough information, like that's not a side against the video. That's pretty good.
Anywho, I recognize Gaurav, Technical Guruji. I recognized.
He was in it?
Yep. Like, I don't know, for like 3 seconds.
Yeah, because I didn't see him.
He's like on the island, and he's like, "Oh, I think we should acknowledge people who contributed to charitable."
When they're
things."
like jumping different people.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah.
And then I recognized Emma Chamberlain, who I'm only aware of because I was reading an article on something about something, and somehow I ended up looking at the Streamies Awards, and she was the breakout creator. And then I spent actually probably about an hour and a half on her channel trying to get it. And what I realized is that I still don't really get it, and I'm probably not gonna start watching YouTube anytime soon. Anyway, so other than that, I didn't really know who anybody was.
I think that's a big problem with YouTube Rewind. So back in like 2012, 2013, when YouTube
Have you been
Rewind
doing
was,
it that long?
Oh yeah. 2012 YouTube Rewind's like a thing.
Okay. 2011 they had one. Oh, 2010. They had a 2010 rewind.
I don't know when they actually started it, but
This was called YouTube Rewind Year in Reviews. So over 250 million views combined. And it's like kind of a clip show from your TV screen. It has like, oh, that guy's awesome, the Old Spice commercial guy. Oh, it's got a bunch of Twilight on it. There's a crying child. Yeah, so this is like pretty low grade compared to what they.
But like, if you notice,
but it goes back that far.
You're not screen sharing, by the way, so no one can see this.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
One thing you'll notice from this rewind is it's showing things that happened that mattered, that got a lot of views throughout the year, and new rewinds are just
powered by YouTube Trends, as opposed to powered by YouTube Arbitrary.
Yeah, and new rewinds are, here's a bunch of people doing completely intensely unrelated things for the most part, or like vague Fortnite fork knife.
That was not vague.
No, the beginning isn't, but later on.
I see.
Like this, none of it matters. None of it actually represented like impactful things throughout the year. There was no T-Series. There was no year review. There was none of that kind of stuff.
How was T-Series not?
Even if you don't include PewDiePie, because the stuff that's happened with him and whatever, that's a totally different conversation. Well, how is T-Series not a part of that?
Yeah.
What?
Like
it's very cleaned off.
Like Google is pushing hard into India. Don't imagine for a second that any of this T-Series and rising in prominence of Indian channels, don't imagine for a second any of this is a random accident. Like Google is pushing really hard. They're pushing on Chrome, they're pushing on Android, they're pushing on YouTube. They are pushing into India.
Okay, so some people are saying the PewDiePie drama is for teenagers. We're saying completely regardless of the PewDiePie versus
that doesn't change the fact that it's happening.
T-Series is still massive and they're huge, and the Indian YouTube is exploding. And
is Fortnite not for teenagers?
Oof.
I mean, it featured very prominently in the rewind, and as far as I went to the Halloween store and there were Fortnite costumes. They didn't have adult sizes. I'm thinking they probably know their demographic. This WAN show's gotten real uncomfortable.
I think with Rewind, they're trying to make it extremely advertiser friendly.
Yeah.
And they're trying to bring in safe acts. And for some reason, they're no longer trying to just show really cool or important or high view things that happen throughout the year.
Yeah.
They're just trying to take people that are advertiser friendly and put them in front of the
Because, like, I love that Marquez had a speaking part. That's really cool. But I almost would have liked it better if he was just, like, sitting on one of the seats on the bus, like, talking about his phone and, like, showing it to someone as they had panned along it. Like, I love that he had a speaking part, but it felt off topic. Or if he had a speaking part, I would have liked for it to be, because if you don't know that he's a tech guy, you won't have any idea from watching Rewind.
Another thing, in my opinion, if they're going to do it this way, which I disagree with, but if they're going to do it this way, where they just like scattershot popular people that are brand friendly into the video, they should have little things. This is this person.
Yeah.
Because you watch the thing and you're like, who are all these people? And maybe the person's on there for 60 frames Like you barely see them.
And that's where I think the context comes in as well, because at least that would help.
that would help.
That would help. It's kind of like, does anyone remember when you're a kid, right? And you're in the grocery store with your parents, and like one of your teachers is standing there like comparing, the quality of like apples or whatever, and you're like,
You exist in real life?
Mrs. Fraser?
Yeah.
Shops at the grocery store? Because when you see somebody outside of the normal context that you expect to see them in, it's very easy to not recognize them. And this can even be true of people that you know in real life.
Yeah.
Like if I ran into, I'm not going to pick someone that I work with every day. Like if I ran into Luke on the street, obviously I'm gonna.
Okay, even then though, if we ran into each other on the street, okay. Oh wait, I'm gonna use a story for this. I ran into Dimitri in Germany.
Okay.
I had no idea
Dimitri from Hardware Connect.
Yeah. I had no idea he was in Germany.
Sure.
He had no idea I was in Germany. We walked past each other randomly on the street. And it takes a second, because you're like, this doesn't make any sense at all.
Right.
Like, what? Like, I totally knew who he was, but I was like, is this a doppelganger? Like, it's a weird moment. It's very jarring. People are like, what? Yeah, that happens.
That's pretty cool.
That was really cool.
No idea.
Yeah.
So
This was a long one.
I don't know. I only made it about halfway through just because like it's not really. It's kind of the same reason that I don't watch like the Grammys and the Oscars, because a lot of the time it's movies and songs, movies I haven't seen, songs I haven't heard, and people who I don't really know who they are. Like there's a handful of like very famous actors and or musicians in particular. I don't watch music videos. It's not like I have an objection to them or anything. When I listen to music, it's usually when I'm doing something else, and that doing something else isn't staring straight ahead at the screen watching the video that goes with it. It's like something actually totally unrelated. So I actually, a lot of the time, I don't recognize musicians.
Yeah.
And so I just don't find it that interesting. I don't really follow the storylines. Like I don't really pay attention to celebrity gossip or anything like that. So it's just not really interesting for me to just see a parade of people that I don't really know who the crap they are or why I should care.
Yeah, like I liked seeing Marquez because it was cool having someone featured really prominently that's in our community.
Yeah.
And it was really funny to see that PewDiePie's chair made it in, but he didn't. That was really entertaining. One of the animators that was featured had to like
the chair doing this, but then
it's them like moving in a room, like going for the camera, be like hey, and then like moving away, and it's all animated. It's a little cartoon. Yeah. But the chair that they're in is very PewDiePie's like clutch chair with this swirly red and black design. It's kind of a interesting call out that happened there.
All right, The Last Days says, can you guys talk about something that matters, like the fact that Jesus is coming back very soon and the whole world is going to suffer judgment? All right, so let's move on then from that topic, and let's move on to the big announcement for this WAN show.
Oh my goodness, I'm actually so excited.
The actual big announcement. Wow, it's funny. We have made it 20 minutes into the WAN show, and I have not even opened up the topics doc yet. That may be a new record.
I'm extremely, I might be more excited than the people in the audience about this.
LTX 2019, the details are somewhat coming together.
Ooh.
Okay, first of all, mark your calendars now.
Yeah.
July 27th and 28th.
2 days.
Whoa, what?
2 days.
2 days? Well, hold on a second. Surely they're going to kick us out of the venue overnight, right?
Wait, what?
Wrong!
What? I didn't even know this. Oh, that's so cool. I'm so excited.
LTX 2019 is going to be bigger, badder, and better than ever. 2 days.
Oh my god.
With an overnight LAN party.
Oh my god.
Powered by our partner for the event, DreamHack.
Yes! That's so cool!
So we have been working on this with them since basically the end of LTX 2018, when we went, you know what? We did a lot of stuff that was better than last year, but there is still a ton of room for improvement here.
So cool.
I can't give you guys, but basically we were like, yeah, we need to take it up a significant notch if we want this to be more than just a fan meetup, which it has done a great job of being.
Oh, yeah.
But last year, we had other creators there, like, crawling out of the woodwork. No, we had Steve from Gamers Nexus, we had Jay's 2 Cents, we had Barnacles there, we had Lewis Rossman there, and we're kind of looking at this going, well, hold on a second. Those guys came, they had fun, all of them, and I'm not going to put words in their mouths, but all of them expressed interest in at least maybe participating in 2019. So we're looking at it going like, hey, well, we need to, like, if we're gonna have, like,
We're gonna step it up.
big creators coming in and, like, being sort of part of this experience, we need, like, a creator meetup space, and we need better food options, and we need a bigger space. So, guess what? We got a bigger space. We are stepping it up. We're moving into the big time. So the original plan was to take, I think it was a couple of the ballrooms, or a couple of the, like 3 of the meeting rooms and then 1 of the ballrooms or something like that in the, I want to say east building of the Vancouver Convention Center. So we actually, we went even further than that.
Not a hockey rink this time.
And with no plan really for exactly how we're going to fill it. Other than that, we're just going to take a lot of what we've done, a lot of new ideas from the community. Oh, they're getting so much booth space. So we're making every booth bigger.
Good.
Every booth better, and we are going to have something to the tune of like 30,000 square feet or something ridiculous like that. It is going to be a gigantic space. I think I can say that we are going to have. You know what? I'm gonna check what is in the blog, because we have actually added a blog to the LTX.
LTXexpo.com.
Oh, hold on just a minute here.
You're showing the duck.
Yeah, that's fine.
Not that it really matters.
Oh, have we not? Have we not done it yet? Oh, look at that. December 7th. Wow, this is
a really great website.
Very broken. There we go. LTX 2019 and DreamHack coming to Vancouver.
So cool.
This page could be better, but don't worry. We're busy making the
Whatever.
event good. We don't have time to make the this thing good. Huge partnership. Thrilled to be partnering with DreamHack. World record. Okay. Well, oh man, I kind of, you know what? I'm gonna jump the gun a little bit. There's gonna be a BYOC.
But we're partnering with Dream. I thought that was like a given.
Well, they do other things.
Okay.
Okay. So there's gonna be a BYOC
Do you
land.
know how many seats? Can we say how many seats?
I know, but we can't say.
Okay.
Because you never know. There could be like a slight seating rearrangement or it's power restrictions or whatever.
Sure.
You never know. There's still a lot of details
Something
to
could
work
change.
out.
That makes sense.
But we have paid the deposit on the Vancouver Convention Center.
Whew.
It will be in the Vancouver Convention Center. So there will be way better access to hotels and transportation. You can take the SkyTrain there. Tons of food.
I've been
it's just
going
gonna be
to
better.
PAX West.
Yeah.
For as far as I can tell, my entire life. I think the next one will be my 12th or 13th event. I lost track somewhere along the line. I'm really excited. I'm willing to say I'm more excited about this event than PAX, which is that's a very hard thing for me to say.
You're kind of a PAX fan.
I am kind of.
If you're being
PAX
honest.
fan. Yeah.
Yeah.
But LTX is legitimately, and I'm not even technically a part of Lions Community Group anymore, so I have no real technical incentives to even say this. LTX is doing everything that I think they should do. Partnering with DreamHack is a really good idea. Making the event 2 days is a really good idea. A lot of people are flying in for one 8-ish hour segment.
We know.
Yeah.
We always knew it was just
and there's
the
growing
venues and the
pains
costs and the.
It makes sense.
This year, quite honestly, okay, so
Luke's the biggest BSer ever. No.
the directive to Colton. So the directive to Colton previously was break even.
Right.
On the event. We didn't expect it to make money, but we didn't really want to lose a bunch of money. The directive this year is, look, Linus Media Group and Linus Tech Tips doesn't really do a ton of marketing and, quite frankly, a ton of community engagement.
Yeah.
So this is our community engagement budget for the year. Blow it. Blow it all.
Hell yeah.
So we are already
It's
engaging.
gonna be so cool.
We're already engaging with actual professional booth building and designing companies. I can't promise we'll use them, but we will at least get some inspiration from them. we really want to take it to a completely different level.
I think
this
the
year.
thing is, I can't really think of any conventions, at least in North America, that are hardware focused. Not that there won't be games there, but it's hardware focused and it's a community event.
And there
PAX is
definitely might be games there.
Yeah, PAX is become less and less hardware focused over time.
Yeah,
they've been more and more gaming, and it's more and more like giant AAA companies. It's not as like smaller company. It's much less hands-on.
There is,
LTX
to be clear,
is like,
we're aware of the indie zone.
Yeah,
but okay, if I'm not promising anything, but if we had any indie developers show up to show off their wares at LTX 2019, there would be a hard and fast rule that you have to have a booth that doesn't suck. And I get it. You're an indie developer and it's hard. We would be happy to help, but you can't just have a table with like a vinyl banner behind.
Even your toughest holiday messes. Cascade
behind you, and like, I hate to stereotype, but like 2 nerdy guys sitting there at the desk with some business card. No. It has to be playable. It has to be cool. It has to be like, it has to not suck. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah.
So
it's just I'm extremely intrinsically excited about this LTX. I think the main things I wanted improved is like the lines were crazy at last one, and the main stage could have used.
So VR had what, 3 headsets?
Yeah.
So we figure the minimum for this coming year is somewhere between 15 and 20.
Yeah, like that's insane, but makes
massive
sense.
Booth,
makes sense.
And we just kind of like lay it out like so that you can make it somewhat space efficient, but like, yeah, we know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like we know.
So
we
excited.
know we screwed up a lot of stuff last year.
Well,
right?
I don't necessarily
People
think
had
it's screwed up.
Fun, but they had a lot of constructive criticism.
Yeah, but I don't think it's screwed up. It's our second convention. It's not TanaCon. It's not like the whatever that Tumblr convention was. Like it succeeded. People were happy. It's just growing pains, and I'm just super excited for this year's upgrade.
It was thrilling to me that people showed up to LTX 2018 with like signed stuff from LTX 2017. Wanting to get it like signed again, like where there's already that grassroots sort of movement to make this sort of worth migrating for. And we know that Vancouver is not easy, but that's one of the reasons that we're announcing it way earlier this time around. You have literally 7 months to get a passport or figure out time off or whatever else. We're also doing it for 2 days, so that it is somewhat justifiable to come up here. Vancouver's a beautiful city. Give it a chance. We're doing it in the summer for a couple of reasons. Number one is so that people aren't in school. And remember, that applies to both, younger people and older people who are also in school. So we're doing it in July so that people aren't in school. We're also doing it in July because the weather tends to be absolutely fantastic here in July. If you're into hiking, if you're into food, Vancouver's a great place to go for food. Pretty much,
Richmond.
I get so spoiled because living in Vancouver, whether I travel to Asia or the US or like pretty much anywhere, it's like, yeah, food's great, but like honestly, it's not that different from if I just go to an authentic place back home.
There's probably a shop. Yeah, there's probably a shop not that far away that can get essentially exactly
Indian food,
this.
Chinese food, Japanese food.
Dennis said
a lot of Middle
the
Eastern
Chinese food is better. Like.
Okay, I could get into a whole thing about sort of like meat quality.
I know where that conversation goes.
Spent enough time in Asia where like people talk about, food's cheap in Asia. And I'm like, okay, there's a difference between food being cheap and cheap food being cheap. I had the most horrifying hamburger, and I know that's what I get for ordering hamburger. But I had just about the most horrifying hamburger in like Brunei or something stupid like that. It was like, look, it was a moment of weakness. It was like halfway through my trip. It was the trip from hell. We had 2 6-month-old infants with us. Like, we were there because someone in the family was dying. Turns out they weren't dying. He's still alive, and that was like 4 years ago. Anyway, look, the point is, like, it was the worst, and even the more authentic things, because the entire rest of the trip I had to eat more authentic stuff because I was with my wife and all of her family, and we weren't going to go to like the white people friendly place because of the one white. Actually, there were 2 white guys there, me and my brother-in-law, and anyway, we weren't going to go there just because of us. We were like, okay, we're going to make the best of it, and I was actually far less open-minded about authentic food at that point. It was rough, so. And everything else, honestly, was not great either. I was like, yeah, no, I can understand why this doesn't cost very much, because it's like very low grade. And that's fine. Some stuff was really good. Some stuff was really good. There were exceptions. But food in Vancouver is great. So, yeah. LTX. So don't think of it as like you have to buy a plane ticket just to go to like a one-day convention, because A,
it's 2 days now.
It's 2 days now.
And
B,
it goes overnight, which is something conventions haven't done in a long time. And it's actually really cool, because at like 3 or 4 in the morning at a convention, the whole vibe changes.
Okay, so to be clear, the actual booths will not be open overnight.
It'll be the BYOC area, I'm sure. That's how it works everywhere. That's completely fine.
Good.
But like the whole vibe at the convention changes. It's really, really cool. I suggest trying to stay up for a while.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it.
I probably will.
Okay, because like I'm gonna be on stage a lot, both
you
day
probably
1
shouldn't,
and day 2.
even if you could.
And the night of the first day, I got my Backstreet Boys concert.
I heard about that. You're actually gonna leave LTX to go there.
Look, the concert was booked
Wow.
first. They moved the dates
Wow.
for LTX on me. I didn't have anything.
Wow.
Look, I never saw them when they were relevant. So
wow.
I want to see the look. I'll be there all day during the day.
It has your name on it.
All day during the day. No, I don't think it does it?
L.
I think, isn't that for Linus Tech Tips? Which is technically like it's more of a brand than my name. It's at least 2/3
Your name is
not.
in it.
It's
Your
at
name
least
is in it.
2/3 not my name.
You like to say your name's on the building.
Well, it's like, yeah, that's just me like playing that, asshat character that I play.
But that's
yeah, that's Luke. See, Luke. Anyway,
Jeez.
so I'll go for the concert, and then what
Okay.
I may do is come back for a bit, but I can't like stay up all night.
No, you
because
should sleep.
I like have to be on stage and like meet and greeting things.
It will
the next
probably
day and
make
all
the
that kind
show
of stuff.
better if you sleep.
But I'm probably gonna buy a BYOC ticket anyway, just so that hopefully I can get in and play some games and stuff.
Oh, right, because, no, that makes sense.
Well, no, I could get a free ticket, but for me, it's just more the principle of the thing. I'll just buy a ticket. Like, there's going to be a finite number of seats. And so if I was like, I want a free ticket, and my brother wants a free ticket, and all my staff need free tickets, and it's like, this is a partnership.
Yeah.
We need to make sure that it makes sense for DreamHack, and it makes sense for Linus Media Group, because, who knows, what this kind of turns into or doesn't turn into. This is, I think, pretty experimental for both of us.
Oh, yeah.
So, we're really excited,
Are they doing,
though.
tournaments and stuff?
I think their approach is going to be relatively low-key this time.
Okay.
I don't want to promise anything
I don't
on
mean
their
like
behalf.
big professional tournaments. I mean are they gonna do like?
I really don't know.
I would love to like impromptu shoutcast a Rocket League tournament, because I've actually done this before.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I actually think I'm pretty decent at it for Rocket League.
Okay.
And that would be really fun.
Well, you know what? Colton, I think, is watching WAN Show because he sent me this really upset message. I've been trying to fix the blog for an hour, lol. So I'm sure he heard you say that.
Colton, if you want any amount of free help or labor outside of standard hours, I'm down to do whatever. I will sacrifice my body to try to make LTX better. I'm not even kidding.
One thing that might help us make LTX better is making sure that we get through our sponsors for the WAN Show today. Because if we don't survive until, the next LTX, then...
that would be a shame.
Then that would be a shame. Don't worry, we're fine. Yeah. So first up is the Elgato Mini Stream Deck. It allows you to concentrate on your stream instead of trying to memorize keyboard shortcuts or fussing around with the mouse. Why did they put it down there? I didn't even know it was here. I didn't know they set one of these up here. This is awesome. Now I can switch to my screen, You can
I'm
see all my
mildly
talking points.
concerned it's
and
not set up.
They broke it. Well, whatever. It looks like
It
it's
does
set up
work.
because this is awesome. So check this out. Every single one of the buttons is a little LCD display. You can't see that at all. So you can actually see me and Luke there. You can see what it's supposed to be, so you don't have to memorize anything, and you can program them to do pretty much anything that you could want. So you just click the button, and whether you want to, graphically, whether you want to, bloody hell, whether you want to like switch scenes in a stream, or whether you want to execute a macro in Adobe Premiere, which is what Taryn uses the two of them that he has at his desk for, you can do it on the Stream Deck. They're less than $100. They're available for Mac or Windows, and you can learn more at the link in the. Oh, well, they don't have it in our lower third, but that's okay, they'll learn. FreshBooks! FreshBooks is the super simple to use invoicing tool for small business owners and freelancers that does a lot more than just help you create and send slick looking invoices. You can track your time with their timesheet function, manage your expenses, that is such an inside joke at this point, manage your expenses, and keep track of who owes you what. It also has a feature that tells you when your client looks at an invoice for the first time. Their mobile app has all the functionality of the desktop version, so you can take FreshBooks with you wherever you go, and accounting can be confusing. FreshBooks is all about helping with that. It's about making it simple, and if you have any questions, you can reach out to their support staff where you will speak to a real human being. No phone tree, no escalations, no return calls later, just answers to help you out. And as we learned in part 1 of our PC manufacturers trying to screw you, or whatever we ended up calling that.
Such a cool series.
Just being able to talk to someone when you're frustrated can make all the difference. So go to freshbooks.com/WAN and enter WAN in the How Did You Hear About Us section.
By the way, part 2's on Floatplane already. It has been for a little while.
Part 3 is coming to Floatplane on Tuesday as well.
Ooh, I'm excited. I'm really into that series.
I'm going with the sweet sriracha barbecue
This is
today.
my
Savage
favorite
Jerky! Their goal was to make a tasty jerky without nitrates or preservatives that's not bad for you, but is still full of flavor and spice. They've got 13 different flavors. My favorite is the maple buffalo bacon. Original is great. The what's the green one?
Mojo?
Yeah, anything mojo is good.
Mojo jalapeno is my favorite one.
They also make barbecue sauce, hot sauce, a spice rub. Their Carolina Reaper hot sauces uses one of the hottest peppers in the world, the Carolina Reaper. And you can use offer code LTT to save 10% at savagejerky.com. We'll have that linked below if you're watching the archive. All right, should we do some tech news?
We should probably talk about Ryzen 3000, considering that's the title.
Okay.
All right, sounds good.
So the original article is from Reddit, of all places. That makes sense.
No,
there you go. Ryzen 3000 will be on TSMC 7nm HPC. So basically, Ryzen 1000 and 2000 were built on Samsung's 14nm low power process. This was part of the reason that there was a 4 gigahertz hard cap on clock speed. Like Ryzen, Threadripper, they are not overclockable. It's not that they're like hard to overclock, they're just not really overclockable. So because of this limit in terms of their frequency, they had a really hard time making up any ground on Intel's processors, particularly in gaming, where single-threaded, high clock speed performance is key. So Zen 2 is rumored to be made on TSMC's 7nm high performance process. This could give us a 13% boost in clocks compared to low power's 4.6 gigahertz, putting Ryzen 3000 over 5 gigahertz. Along with this, we are expecting a 15% IPC improvement along with 8 cores per CCX, which should mean less communication between the interconnects, and faster memory. So, if you were to extrapolate a 15% IPC, so that's instructions per clock, uplift, plus a 15% improvement in the raw clock speed, that could be a 30% improvement in performance. It is also sort of anticipated that the Spectre Meltdown Foreshadow hardware fixes will hit Intel about 10% harder than Ryzen, meaning it could be possible that Ryzen 3000 could be 10% faster than Core in single-threaded workloads. This is according to, though, reddit.com/r/AMD stock. So take it with more salt than is was used to preserve this jerky.
Yeah.
Do you own any tech stock?
No. There's, the problems there.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Long story.
Yeah, long story actually.
Yeah. So no. But like, it's actually been pretty wild
So,
lately.
take this for what it is. The only times I have ever owned tech stock, I owned like a couple $1,000s of Nvidia, probably pre-LMG. So this must have been about 8 years ago or something like that. And then I owned like, I don't know, $5,000 or something like that of OCZ shortly before they disappeared. No, don't. I got out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I got out.
Nice. All right.
I made a little bit of money on that stock, and it was like kind of thrilling, and it was cool, and I was like, ooh, I'm like playing the market.
Well, apparently you did okay with that if you got out before that.
Yeah, I made money on Nvidia as well. But I pulled out because, I pulled out because I was like, I'm new to this, I made some money, okay, I'm gonna like call that good.
Yeah.
And then OCZ completely went supernova, and I was like, you know what? F this, I'm out, I don't invest. So I didn't put any money back into Nvidia, which probably would have been a good idea. They were around $17 at that time. Yeah, oops. Anyway.
I mean, whatever, it's all good.
Then I got into LMG, and it really seemed like a very obvious conflict of interest. Duh. So, anyway, take this from people who are sitting where we're sitting. I have no ownership stake of any tech company.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't think I own any stocks at all right now. Yeah, zero stocks. And then do you own any?
No.
No. Okay. What tech stocks would you buy? And remember, okay, we're not going to be experts when it comes to, the dead cat bounce or like whatever, like all that stocky, investment-y stuff. I'm just talking
as non-investment people.
Over the next 3 to 5 years, who do you expect to just kill it in terms of the actual tech, which theoretically at some point, although I can't quite find the correlation sometimes, theoretically at some point should affect the stock price.
Yeah, I see. Okay, that's actually one thing I was going to bring up is like, I don't know what current speculation is, so things could be inflated. I don't know if they are or not, but like if we completely ignore all of that, I genuinely do think AMD would be a good position.
You think so?
Yeah.
Like long AMD.
Yes.
Short AMD is scary because they're like all over the place right now.
Yeah, long AMD.
Like, just to be clear, I track it just because I'm curious, but
their platform for CPUs right now is really strong. And as we can see, whether this rumor is true or not, the fact that it's like that could be possible has a lot of potential in it. And Intel's in a really bad spot. They're kind of locked.
Intel looks good on paper because their revenue is great.
Yeah.
Their forecasting might look pretty darn good. But the problem is that, and we talked about this a lot, back when we talked about AMD launching their 32-core EPYC processors, the long lead time on enterprise, where from the inception of a project like a supercomputer to the actual putting of CPUs into sockets could be a year, 18 months, 2 years. Like, in some cases, you end up actually building a custom facility for the damn thing before you even actually cut a PO for any computer hardware. Like, that's the kind of scale these projects operate on. So Intel's revenues might look really good because they have contracts locked in from before AMD was even remotely competitive. But that situation can change, and if AMD can stay very competitive and or even be a leader in certain aspects of that space, we're gonna start to see it soon.
Yeah.
And like, okay, I don't want any of this to be interpreted as actually advising anyone to do anything.
Please no.
As far as I'm concerned,
please,
investing in stocks is gambling.
Yeah.
You might as well put 10,000 on black and spin the wheel, as far as I'm concerned, because there are so many factors. Like,
I think there's definitely more to it than that, but like, yeah.
You could have, well, yes and no, because look at what happened to hard drives back in, what was it, 2011? When there was the flooding in Thailand, right?
Yeah.
Thailand flooding. It completely destroyed their revenue. And then, this is the crazy thing. So it destroyed their revenue, everyone dumped them, and then their profit margins went way up because supply was constrained and they were a hot item.
Yeah.
And it's like, yo, you understand
How
that,
does
like,
this even work?
what is even going on? Like, the business fundamentals never really changed here.
I just think, like, instead of like 48.5 or something percentage chance if you go on a black or red, I think you can try to push that percentage a little bit.
Yeah, but you can also push that percentage at the blackjack table.
That's true.
Like, you don't have to play roulette.
You did use roulette as an example.
That's true. I'm just saying, because, like, war could break out. And it's a funny,
that will rapidly, and that's actually like a scary possibility.
like, it's a funny thing to talk about because in our lifetimes, our generation, there have been wars. There was the war in Afghanistan, but if we're being honest
No
with ourselves,
global scale conflicts.
that was not a war compared to the Second World War.
Yeah.
Like the previous generation saw war to the degree that the entire country is mobilized. You know, people who aren't working are kind of being rounded up to produce bullets in impromptu factories so that the soldiers overseas will have enough bullets. Like, it's different.
It's very different. And when that happens, there are some companies that can flourish, and there's other companies that will absolutely not. Tech companies might actually even do okay. I wouldn't think consumer tech companies would do okay, but certain enterprise tech companies might do completely fine.
So we're just trying to say that no matter what it is, no matter how sure the outlook is, anything could happen. So it really is a gamble.
I'm the only one that answers though. What about you? I have a few other like maybe interesting idea ones, but I wanna hear from you. This isn't something I've thought about, so I don't know.
I actually think Amazon is far from capped out, personally.
Yeah, for sure.
I
always have a problem with including them in this type of stack because I thought we were talking about like tech companies where they make Echoes and stuff.
Oh yeah. Well,
yeah, no, you're
they're
totally
even
right.
a hardware company.
All right, yeah. No,
yeah, I think they have plenty of room to continue to innovate and continue to take over the world. Like, if there's anyone who's going to be the by and large from WALL-E, it's going to be Amazon.
Oh,
at this
absolutely.
Yep.
Have you seen their like the revenue stack of Amazon versus all these other retail companies?
No.
It's insane. I don't know where that picture's from, but it includes so many physical retailers that are like really big names that are just a tiny fraction of the revenue that Amazon's pulling. Like, it's absolutely
madness.
Wild. Yeah, I don't think there's end in sight for them either.
I think there's plenty of room for them, especially because they've already gone global. They're opening up India, and they are sophisticated. So, yeah, Amazon. I wanted to put like a quarter of my net worth in Amazon like 5 years ago, which like it wasn't like a huge amount of money or anything, but it was like a big bet for me.
Well, yeah.
And that was around the time that instead we founded Linus Media Group. So, you know what? Linus Media Group has been worked out great, but Amazon also wouldn't have been a bad bet. So yeah, I
tried to get. I sent a. Yeah. Was it a letter? I don't know. This was a long time ago. Pre-Halo 1.
Yeah.
I tried to. The only person I knew that had any form of money was my grandpa. So I like wrote a thing and gave it to my grandpa, trying to get my grandpa to invest in Bungie. Pre-Halo 1. Before the game was out, I was like, this is gonna be insane. And I'm a kid, I have no money, I can't do it. But I'm like, someone needs to do this. And that was a no. So there was no Bungie investment at that time. I don't even know if they were, I didn't know anything back then. I don't know if they were a publicly tradable company. Like, I have no clue if that was even possible. I was just like, I think my grandpa was just like, okay.
Okay, my boy. Do we have to talk about this?
I mean, wait, what? Which one? Oh,
So TF2 used to be fun.
TF2 was so much fun.
And then they made it free to play, and there were hacks everywhere. That was legitimately when I stopped playing. TF2 used to actually be really fun. The problem with free to play is that there's no real venom in the VACBAN bangs.
Yeah.
Because you can just use, do they still call them Smurf accounts?
Yeah.
Okay, so you can just use Smurf accounts, and you can create as many accounts as you want, and the ban just means nothing.
IP is so easy to get around these days.
Very easy.
Get a PIA subscription, support the channel.
I don't want to be like that, but it's kind of a different community in games where it's people who can afford to pay $20.
All right, so one thing that I'm going to throw in here is Prime status. So you were asking about this early on. If you bought Counter-Strike before it went free to play, you have Prime status. And if you pay the equivalent of buying the game, you can buy Prime status.
Forever?
Forever. It's a one-time purchase. And you can filter matches so that you only play against Prime-enabled people.
Oh. Oh, okay.
So, like, my account
Okay, I actually didn't know that.
only plays against Prime-enabled accounts.
So Prime status matches you with Prime status
And if I remember
players,
correctly,
you
for
get a special
Prime,
gun.
for Prime, you have to put your phone number in. So, like, if your Prime account gets banned, your phone number gets banned.
Okay.
And, like, there's some other... I think you have to play a minimum amount before you can actually matchmake at that, even if you buy a Prime account. Like, I don't remember all of it, I'm sorry, but there is additional requirements as well. Like, yeah, Prime matchmaking is pretty cool. There is still plenty of hackers on Prime matchmaking. Wingman, most people don't even, in the Counter-Strike community, don't even know what Wingman is, but Wingman, before they enabled replays, and before they enabled... what is it called? Was this person cheating watcher thing? I don't remember what that's called, but whatever. Before they enabled either of those things was just a hive of villainy in terms of hacking. And when they enabled those things, it was insane. The amount of people that got banned the next day because there was all these replays of people cheating in this special mode that didn't have replays. So then just waves of bans. It was glorious because I liked to play that mode. But yeah, so in addition to it going free to play, and the Prime status thing, there's also a Battle Royale mode. One interesting thing about this Battle Royale mode...
Is there like a bill that got passed that I'm not aware of that every game has to... You have to have a
Battle Royale.
So then there's going to be Dota Battle Royale. Like, that would actually be that'd be kind of cool. Is that a thing already?
Dota Battle Royale.
New Dota 2 has a Battle Royale mode.
Yeah, I was like, I'm pretty sure I've
When
heard
was
of
this?
Oh, I already closed it.
That's fine. I'm over it.
Okay, so... Danger Zone. Most Battle Royales, they're like 100 people, right? Mm-hmm. This is 16.
That's not really Royale.
It's much smaller.
It's like less than Battlefield.
The map is really, really tiny. Like it says in here, the matches last about 10 minutes each. That makes sense. You can play in solo, duo, or trios. There's no quad. There's no squad or quad or whatever you want to call it.
Quad.
Yeah,
fine.
Yeah.
All right.
You pick up guns and equipment and armor and flashbangs, and there is a self-heal thing, which Counter-Strike hasn't had before, but there is a self-heal thing, which makes sense. But you also pick up cash, because Counter-Strike has always had the buying mechanics, right? So you can buy stuff, but a drone will deliver it to you.
Okay.
That's interesting. You have a tablet thing, so you can see the map, and you can see the drone coming to you, but everyone else can see the drone. And it drops it on you. And like if you move a little bit, it'll go to where you are.
Interesting.
So people can hunt the drones down. And this is actually a really, if you haven't played before, do this and get tons of free kills. Trust me. You hunt the drone down, you follow the drone, and then you go to where it's dropping it, you sit a little bit away, you wait for it to drop, and then you just aim where it's dropping, and some dude's gonna run up and try to get it. You just shoot him. It's amazing. Just free kills all the time. It's it's interesting. It's one thing that I like about it is the 10-minute matches. Even if you win, it's like a 10-minute match.
Okay.
It's a lot faster.
That's one improvement. Like Battle Royale, I had a lot of fun playing PUBG. Not Fortnite so much, but I had a lot of fun playing PUBG. Like the handful of times I was able to do it.
Yeah.
But it's just...
It's really long.
Unless you could commit like 3 hours to a gaming session, you're not really gonna get into your groove even necessarily.
No.
Like...
We won our first and third game, I think it was. So those matches are really long.
Yeah.
Like they actually go on for a very long time. And that's been a problem with competitive games for a long time, is that their matches last forever. A competitive Counter-Strike match lasts a very long time. Competitive League of Legends match, very long time. Dota 2, very long time. Lots of these games are really, really long. So having 10-minute matches is actually very cool. And like when you die or when you win, there's a play again button sitting right there. Click it, you get right back into another game. It's really fast.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah.
OnePlus's CEO. This was posted by Dr. Macintosh on the forum. Oh, the previous one was Princess Cadence, and the previous one was Deus Voltage. OnePlus's CEO tells the truth about 5G. The original article here is from The Verge, and it's from an interview with Pete Lau about Qualcomm Snapdragon 855. It's at the Snapdragon Tech Summit in Maui. So he said his company is working on both a new 5G OnePlus phone and 4G phones in parallel. He expects the 5G phone will cost as much as $200 to $300 more. Wrap your head around that.
Holy cow.
So 5G is coming, but it is not necessarily going to be mainstream.
That is one hell of a premium. That's like a G-Sync addition to your phone.
So this might not be the case for all new 5G smartphones. Some might try to monetize their existing customer base as much as they can, just saying, well, people will pay for it, so we're going to price it at whatever we can. While others might try to gain market share by offering 5G connectivity at a cutthroat price. One of the challenges is going to be building 5G phones for multiple carriers that can operate on different frequencies. So Lau expects that it will be even more difficult. Now, this has gotten easier over time as the antennas that have been integrated into our phones have gotten broader and broader support for 4G LTE frequencies. But now, he expects it's going to be even more difficult to take a phone from one carrier to another with 5G than it was for 4G. Interesting. They haven't seen a solution that would cover many carriers around the world. Huh. Well, that's pretty scary.
That is kind of scary. As if phones weren't expensive enough already.
So OnePlus's 5G phone is targeting just one type of 5G network. The slower speeds but wider coverage area sub-6 spectrum used by EE, its first carrier partner in Europe. In the US, AT&T and Verizon are both focusing on the faster but lower range millimeter wave. And apparently, on the product level, it's much more complex than 4G, like a significantly higher level of challenge, especially millimeter wave. Huh.
It's going to be interesting in places like the US, where, Canada has this problem too, but I literally think it's worse in the US. The coverage areas are already terrible.
Wow, that's rough.
I mean, you do, shorter distance, less penetration through walls signals.
So this is interesting. Walmart has apparently dropped the pricing of their overpowered gaming PCs, I guess to just get rid of them, and then, I don't know, I guess to just get rid of them and either refresh them with better motherboards or just get rid of them outright. Fascinating. It's too bad, because I actually think that there was potential for them to, there were processes that seemed to be fine across the board.
I was surprised how many people were really upset about the USB 3 port being hot glued in.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that just didn't make any sense to me, but I didn't think it was that big of a deal.
Yeah. But, people thought it was just a horrendous thing.
Really? Stuff gets hot glued into pre-built PCs all the time. That's actually quite common.
Things jostle around in shipment.
Yeah, and hot glue, especially, because you gotta remember too, I actually didn't test it. I should have tested it. I should have pulled it out. There's lots of different kinds of hot glue. Some of them are actually designed to be quite easy to peel off.
There are lots of electronics that have hot glue on them.
Yeah. No, I thought you were going to say you were surprised people were so upset about the USB 2 on the front. And I was going to say, no, I was pretty upset about that. The front ports were USB 2. Come on, what year is it?
Literally didn't even know what you're talking about. That sounds really stupid. Very, very stupid. Especially with the amount of USB 3 front headers you can get now. You can actually put a lot up there pretty easily. Was the CPU hot glued into? No. No, they got that part right.
All right, bringing us to the end of the show with the Super Chats. All right, do an LTT beanie for real, says Andrew. There will be lots more merch stuff. Stay tuned. Yeah, stay tuned. Liam says, will this work? It worked, Liam. Mesh says, what even? What are these Super Chats?
Well, sometimes people don't, they say something within the context of what's happening at that exact second.
On the internet, no one knows you're a puppy. That didn't make sense at any point in this stream.
No, his name is Pup Shepherd, though, so...
Daniel says, when did you start growing a beard, Luke? Was it when your razor got too dull?
I don't want to talk about it. But I'm looking for a barber because I'm gonna try to have it shaped.
Okay, got it.
I want to keep it going, but it's a mess. So I just want it to be not a mess.
Dennis asks, Linus, is the 4790K still a good CPU, or is it worthwhile to upgrade? And if you were to upgrade, would you choose Ryzen or Intel? I mostly game. I would hold on to it. Oh, but I need more cores for other stuff. Ooh, okay.
What other stuff?
Yeah, that would be helpful to know. If it's just for gaming, no, I would stick with that, maybe overclock it a little bit. If you need to do other stuff, it depends what the other stuff is and how much of it you do. If you do a lot of other stuff and it needs a lot more cores, I'd go Ryzen. If not, then I'd probably go 8600K or something like that.
Post on the forum.
Yeah. SSAMJH says, I just bought X470 and Ryzen 7 2700X. So sad. No, don't be sad. It's a good combo.
Should be alright.
Mr. Kerwood says, subscribe to PewDiePie. Dave says, love LTT. Wanted to make another plea for a retro gaming video team up with Retro RGB. I don't know exactly what we do. You know, it's funny. We get like collab requests from other creators sometimes. And I got one quite recently that's like, I'm like, yeah, sure, that would be kind of neat. But like,
what do we do?
What would we do? I don't like collabing just for the sake of cross-pollinating. It feels
icky.
Yeah.
Like cross-pollinating.
Yeah. I just don't care. Marshall Long sent $69. Of course he did. Thoughts on Intel missing the 10 nanometer node? Oh. So, for one thing, I do want to point out they didn't entirely miss it. They are actually shipping 10 nanometer products right now. A lot of people don't know this. They have NUCs that do have 10. Did you know this? That have 10 nanometer processors in them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they didn't miss it altogether, but it's sort of in the same way that they didn't entirely miss Broadwell.
Yeah.
Like Broadwell Consumer, to be clear. Broadwell did make it to HEDT and Enterprise. But yes, they did. They did miss Broadwell, and they do appear to have missed 10 nanometer because from what I've been seeing, the rumor is they're kind of trying to go straight to 7 now. Have you seen this as well?
Yes. I think haven't we known that for a bit?
So the thing about Intel is a lot of people like to talk about Intel as though Intel is a person with a singular desire and a singular work ethic and a singular sort of moral compass, as though it was that simple. Intel is a lot of people.
Giant company.
They're a gigantic company, something like 100,000 employees, and they...
Even just physical displacement of those employees is very notable.
On the one hand, this is a pretty big black mark on what is otherwise an astonishing record of technological innovation over the years. On the other hand, to me, it's less about Intel missing 10 nanometer and more about Intel missing 10 nanometer being indicative of where the technology industry is going over the next 10 years. We have taken for granted that things will just get faster and smaller with better battery life. We just assume that every year there will be a new iPhone that is better than the old one in some meaningful way.
Yeah.
That may actually stop. And it's funny because I remember standing, it was really weird. It was kind of like a Jesus speech. Because Raja Kaduri had just come back to AMD, and I kind of feel like they did it on purpose. Like he was supposed to be kind of like the messiah to bring their graphics business back from the brink. Meanwhile, he's gone now. But anyway, that's a whole other thing. So he's standing, we're in Hawaii, and he's standing at the top of this kind of hill, and we're all kind of spread out in front of him at the bottom of the hill. No, it really was
wow.
Kind of like we had just kind of hiked up to this thing. It was cool. There were like ruins and stuff. Anyway.
There was ruins and stuff?
Ruins.
Ruins.
Yeah, not those kinds of ruins.
Okay. I was like, this is getting pretty crazy.
No escapee ruins. And he kind of stands up there and declares AMD's graphics business to be a software business. And remember, this was he wrong? How programmable have GPUs become in that time?
Yeah.
And that's effectively what. That's one piece of the puzzle of the direction that we are moving overall. And Intel missing a node, and your applications getting faster, and your graphics in your games getting better anyway, is sort of an indication of what is to come. Software tomfoolery, like with VR, the way that they will inject extra frames to accommodate that graphics cards haven't gotten a lot faster, or more, certainly not more affordable. Software tomfoolery may just be the way it's going to have to be. Go ahead.
I think it might be the way it's going to have to be for a little while, and then we will change how we're doing things. Like,
I mean, Risk 5 could come along and really change the game.
yeah, like there could be completely different architecture styles.
But that's gonna take time.
Yes.
Okay.
I will agree with your stance probably for like a little while, but I think I could see it doing that.
5 years?
For sure. Yeah, I could see that. But I think eventually we're gonna change how we do things, and then we'll see advancement again in hardware, or whatever it is at that time.
Because like the challenge
Organics
here
even.
is that if we could
Organic
just
computing is a really cool.
if we could just keep pushing clock speed higher, it would be easier to compensate for some of the trickery that has already made its way into the hardware products. I mean, you look at what happened with Spectre and Meltdown.
Yeah.
Anything that requires branch prediction, for example, which dramatically accelerates the CPU. I mean, if you don't have good branch prediction in your CPU, your performance basically sucks these days. And now all of a sudden there's these exploits that are making it so that it's becoming more challenging to implement these features. I mean, SMT, there was a group that came out and basically said hyperthreading is insecure. We just like shouldn't use it anymore. Meanwhile, poor AMD, oh man, we finally got it. We just added this. So
it's like everyone tells you about this party and you show up and everyone's leaving.
Yeah.
It's like, oh.
So thoughts on Intel missing the 10 nanometer node? I don't think people are going to stop needing computing devices, and I think Intel is going to continue to be a player in that space, whether it's through innovating their own things or acquiring others or just marketing the heck out of themselves again. But the industry as a whole has gotten less exciting to me.
Oh,
I'm not going to hide it.
Yep.
And I think that Intel is a symptom as opposed to the problem. I hope that answer is helpful. I can't read your username, but you said Fortnite is for children. Warboy, please make a video. We sawed this PC case in half and put it back together with the power of flex tape. No. Hetryu, hi. Dax, hi. Johnny, hi.
Wow.
Janzy
skipped.
boy. I need a new phone. Is the Vivo Nex worth it? I wouldn't go Vivo Nex personally. I would go with something with a better camera. Mikkel says, ordered your coffee. Should be here in a few days. You're going to be trying it the same time I am, because I actually haven't tried it yet.
Really?
Well, I don't really drink coffee, as you know.
Yeah.
And I wasn't actually in office when they were doing all the testing of like the different blends that they concocted for us and stuff. But we had just about a dozen people here try it and like it. So,
what is the blend? Do we know? Can you say?
well, I haven't tried it.
Oh, okay, that's fair. Yeah.
So I'll be trying it around the same time as everyone else. And by the way, don't pre-order. But also, I guess, yeah. Think of it more like supporting LTT and less like pre-ordering. Jodel, so, hi, cheers, back to Norway. QWERTY asked, LTX after party? Wow, no idea. Get back to you on that one. Cameron, time to fly up from Florida for this. That would be awesome. It's gonna be awesome. I can't read your name because you're Russian, but what's the dream hack? Dang it, it's dream hack.
Just Google dream hack.
Yeah. But says, what exactly is going on at LTX? Lots of stuff. Stay tuned to WAN Show. We're gonna be talking about it a lot.
It's gonna be great.
Jesus says, best phone for gaming, GPS, hotspotting, Bluetooth, and charging all at the same time in hot weather without overheating. I still play Pokemon Go. Oh no. Hey Jake, that fan module for the ROG phone, that made a pretty big difference, right?
Yeah.
Like what, 5 degrees, 10 degrees?
I don't know exact degrees, but it felt a lot better.
I don't remember. It actually helped. And actually, OnePlus, we found when we were evaluating the Razer gaming phone, OnePlus does a great job of the management of their CPU's power states. So can't recommend those guys enough. Clemens says, will there be free Madrina's coffee at LTX? Probably not, but knowing those guys, maybe?
Maybe, yeah. Who
Tommy says, bring Channel Super Fun back. Problem.
Channel Super Fun?
Yeah, you heard Channel. Channel Super Fun?
Hey, one Channel Super Fun video is like half edited right now. Right?
Really? What is it?
It's the vlog from BAM.
Oh, really? Someone's spending time editing that mess? That's a shame.
In their downtime.
Well, no, I don't even care. I just mean that it must be painful.
I think so. It was somebody who didn't go on the trip is editing it too.
Oh my goodness. That's kind of funny.
Mr. Boisvert says, Dear LTT team, Australia just passed a very problematic bill to break encryption on any online service. I editorialized the very problematic bit. This is extremely problematic.
What?
Have you not heard about this? We
No.
probably should have covered this on the show today. It's kind of a big deal. Basically, they are mandating backdoors.
Why?
I mean, I don't think they're going to do it. But if I was Google and Facebook and Microsoft and Amazon,
Just don't
and I
be there
knew
anymore.
and I knew what was and I thought I knew what was best for my entire industry moving forward, I would completely pull out of Australia.
Yeah.
Like now. Let the Australian people be super mad that they can't reach anybody on any services that they are accustomed to using, and beat down the doors of their elected representatives and get this fixed.
The fact that Australia is so messed up in regards to how they deal with internet is just insane. It's such a mess.
Yeah. Neon Visual asks if I can bring the Backstreet Boys back to LTX
Oh
after
my
the
god,
show.
at like 4 in the morning we should play it on the speakers.
It'd be so amazing.
Yes.
Anonymous, got a dream job. Want to support my favorite YouTubers? Sent $500.
Wow.
Is that the maximum you can send in a super chat? I think so.
I have no idea.
There is a max.
That's crazy.
Holy crap! Thank you.
Thanks, Anonymous.
We're glad to be your favorite. We're glad someone else wasn't your favorite. Nick says, "Thank you, Linus and the Media Group." I like that. It's kind of like a band. Linus and the Media Group.
Just
for giving me the confidence to build my first PC today. Rock on, man.
So does that count as having your name in it? Linus and the Media
no.
Group? Wow. Okay.
No. No. All right. I think that's pretty much it. Thanks for watching, you guys, and we'll see you again next week. Same bad time, same bad channel.
Goodbye.
And we'll see you on Floatplane next week.
Yeah.
Nothing cleans better.
Creeping under your skin for so long. Oh, I am in your head, so tell me, is it wrong? Oh, you fell under my spell, so well, so well. Oh, you fell under my spell, so well, so well. You fell under my spell now, my spell, my spell. You fell under my spell now, my spell. am in your head, so tell me, is it wrong? Oh, you fell under my spell, so well, so well. Oh, you fell under my spell, so well, so well. You fell under my spell, my spell, my spell, my spell. You fell under my spell, my spell, my spell, my spell, my spell, my spell, my spell. You fell under my spell, my spell, my spell, my spell, my spell, my spell. You fell under my spell. You fell under my spell. You fell under my spell now. You fell under my spell, my spell. What I feel, my spell inside, my spell. I know it's right, my spell. But I can't, my spell, and I hide, my spell. Might still under my spell, my spell, my spell. You fell under my spell now, my spell, my spell. You fell under my spell now, 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 now. You fell under my spell now, 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 now. You fell under my spell now. Creeping under your skin for so long. Oh, I am in your head, so tell me, is it wrong? Oh, you fell under my spell, so well, so well. Oh, you fell under my spell, so well, so well. You fell under my spell now, my spell, my spell, my spell. You fell under my spell now, my spell. spell. I know it's right, but I can't. My spell, and I hide my spell. My steal under my spell. My spell, my spell. You fell under my spell. My spell, my spell. You fell under my spell.
The year is 1977 and George Lucas has just released Star Wars. All those years spent painstakingly creating the effects and fine-tuning his perplexing scripts have been worth it. The film is adored by audiences, has redefined how studios approach the box office, and will go on to be nominated for some serious Academy Awards. Looking back on some of Lucas's early notes, however, make for interesting reading. While there's lots of little things in there that no longer apply to the saga, what's really remarkable is how many of the ideas that would go on to define the less beloved prequels have their roots there. Let's look at some. I'm Ben from What Culture, and here are 8 Star Wars prequel moments George Lucas planned way back in 1977. Number 8. C-3PO was built by a child. How did a child, even an extremely powerful one born by the Force, manage to build a factory-spec protocol? How did a child, even an extremely powerful one born by the Force, manage to build a factory-spec protocol droid from scratch? Fans have often justified the move by claiming C-3PO was a mass-produced droid whose remains Anakin found and did up. Except it's not the fans, but Lucas who came up with this solution. In 1977, Lucas said that C-3PO was rebuilt by a young child. Nowhere does it say it was Anakin or Darth Vader, who, remember, were different people at this point in the story, but it's still an oddly specific prediction. As pre-Episode 1 3PO had little influence on the story, much of what Lucas wrote all those years ago about his origins has become canon as the character's backstory. Number 7. The Emperor overthrew the Republic using trade laws. The original notes reveal nothing of the evil Empire's relatively short 25-year timeline and instead suggest that the Republic had been gone for decades. Ultimately, this was cut short by the prequels to allow for Luke and Leia's birth to coincide with the Empire's, but just because the dates were vague doesn't mean the events were undefined. We can learn the Old Republic was a democratic system and that the future Emperor managed to swing it so he could get re-elected with the backing and influence of major galactic corporations by messing with the trade laws. Fun. The rise we're told of is essentially the entire plot of the prequels, minus the whole Sith influence. Yep, those old trade laws that made The Phantom Menace's opening crawl so tedious has its genesis here. Number 6. Darth Vader's past was a mystery. In 1980, everyone learned that a lot of Darth Vader's past was incredibly subjective, but even before the series-defining decision to make him Luke's father, Lucas was keen to play up the character's mysterious past. According to C-3PO, R2-D2 checked the records of everyone on the Death Star when they were there in A New Hope. He tells us that there were detailed files on everyone on board except for Darth Vader, of whom there was no trace. Although in the film he felt partially like Grand Moff Tarkin's lapdog, this is something that points towards his grander power. He's close to the Emperor and far from just another member of staff. As these notes originate in the immediate aftermath of Star Wars' release, this could be the first official trace the story was slowly morphing into that of Darth's life. Number 5. The rebellion was a splinter of the Senate. A major subplot of Revenge of the Sith that was all but cut from the film but still survives in the deleted scenes dealt with the early seeds of the rebellion in a similar manner. Featuring Padme conspiring with Bail Organa, Mon Mothma and other future rebels is the motivation for her otherwise out-of-the-blue comment on the Separatists' legitimacy. Interestingly enough, the notes also shed some light on the scope of the rebellion. The group who destroyed the Death Star are described as the militant branch, controversial to the point Bail Organa fell out with his daughter when she joined them, but that sentiment was never explored beyond these notes. Number 4. C-3PO had his memory wiped. Not much can be done about the wise exposition giver Ben, but Lucas had a good stab at explaining why blabbermouth C-3PO didn't know who Vader was by retroactively giving him a memory wipe. Narratively simplistic, it does the job of tying up a loose end that was stupidly created by the prequel's lack of foresight. However, as one of the better written excerpts from Lucas's notes reveal, 3PO was always intended to have a heavily influenced view on the world. Talking about his relationship with R2, Lucas uses the first-person style of these notes to have some fun in suggesting, but not confirming, this idea. Number 3. R2-D2 was originally a ship repair droid. In the original trilogy, astromech droids came across as the galaxy's version of a Swiss Army knife. They can store data, fit perfectly into various designs of space fighters, can access any information port, and even have a periscope. But while R2 developed into something of a three-dimensional character, the original blueprints were always in Lucas's mind. When we first meet R2-D2 in The Phantom Menace, he's a repair droid on a Naboo cruiser, and that's exactly what his primary function was always intended to be. According to 3PO, he is sent to the outside of the ship to fix various systems. It's just one of many examples of Lucas showing really strong understanding of the intricacies of his new universe. Number 2. The Imperial Army was built in secret. Clones have been trying to find their way into Star Wars since the very beginning. A throwaway reference to the Clone Wars was one of fans' few hints at the pre-Empire world, while Boba Fett was originally envisioned as part of a run of genetically produced super soldiers. They finally got their on-screen debut in Attack of the Clones, where this classic sci-fi trope was mixed with the secret army. As was the case with many of the ideas raised in these early summaries, the timeline rejigged to fix other events in made what was originally a clever idea appear daft. The implication in Episode 2 is that these clones eventually become stormtroopers despite the accelerated learning not fitting with that. It's messy, admittedly, but at least the original idea is still clearly present. Number 1. Midichlorians allow Jedi to use the Force. It is said that certain creatures are born with a higher awareness of the Force than humans. Their brains are different. They have more midichlorians in their cells, said George Lucas in 1977. Mentioned in only 2 scenes of The Phantom Menace, then in passing during what should have been a pivotal scene in Revenge of the Sith, the introduction of midichlorians feels like something shoehorned into the final draft of the script, having little impact on the story. Predictably, many die-hard fans found it emblematic of Lucas ruining their childhood, but midichlorians have their roots much further back in the franchise's history, predating the much more accepted Sith Rule of Two and Chosen One prophecy by over 20 years. Hearing it explained matter-of-factly by the younger Lucas, they suddenly make a lot more sense. Midichlorians aren't an attempt to rationally explain the Force and demystify the magic necessarily. They're a simple explanation as to why some people can use the Force and others can't. And that's our list. Make sure you subscribe to the What Culture YouTube channel for more lists like this, and don't forget to visit whatculture.com for daily news and articles. I'm Ben from What Culture.
Star Wars Episode 7 seemed to take a lot of people by surprise when it was announced. Cinematically, the franchise was said to have been done, but we certainly can't say it didn't go out not on a high note. I mean, you can say that. I'm not saying that. I would never say something like that. But here's the thing. Plans for Star Wars Episode 7 have been in place much longer than you may think. And that's what we're going to get into today, as well as doing that thing where I give away a loot crate at the end and announce the last winner. So many things happening in one video. I wouldn't be surprised if this does better than one of those ones where a celebrity gets in a car and then sings the songs that they sing, but you know, they're in a car. George Lucas has maintained for years that there wasn't really ever going to be an Episode 7. He stressed that the focus of Star Wars has always been on the character of Anakin Skywalker and watching his growth from a bowl-cut sporting pod racer, his phase of misplaced anger and indigenous slaughter, being kind of a good bloke for 5 minutes, then back to murder, followed by a horrific full-body barbecue and limb loss, getting a nice new suit, choking a guy, killing a guy, choking a guy with
Holy shit, it actually sounds like a Harley now. Alright, what's going on? So, Today we got something a little bit different here. Basically, I wanted to go over beginner mods on a bike, and if you have a brand new Harley Davidson, it's fuel injected. I just want to show the simplicity of how we can transform a bike with basically an hour's worth of time. We can make it sound better, perform better, and actually run a little bit smoother since Harley likes to run their shit super lean from the factory. Gay! Right, Dan? Yeah. Lean conditions are no good, especially when you're air-cooled. Now, what we've got here today is my friend's 2018 Harley-Davidson Street Bob. So this thing is basically brand new. It is completely stock, and what we're going to do is we are going to install some S&S slip-ons. So these are their black ceramic coated slash cut guys that even have the removable core. So if you want to go super blow your neighbor's eardrums out loud, you can. We've got an intake from S&S. It comes complete with the actual filter element on it as well. Now all of this stuff comes with all of the proper hardware you're going to need and gaskets that you'll need to do the installation. Honestly, this should take no longer than 30 minutes. And to top that all off, if you're doing any modification to any engine where it's going to increase the airflow either in or out of the motor, you're going to need to compensate with fuel. Now, obviously, this is fuel injected. It's not carbureted. You can't tune it with a screwdriver, but you can get one of these. This is plug and play retard proof. So, got a DynoJet Power Commander 5. It's simple. I used to run them on all my bikes. If you can't figure out how to put one of these in, and the cool thing is there's maps. So Power Commander or DynoJet has thousands and thousands and thousands of different tunes for like exact applications. So I'm talking like, there's one specifically like, do you have these exact slip-ons and that exact air cleaner? Well, somebody has made one. You basically just go online, you download it, and you can throw it into the bike. Now, is that going to be perfect for all riding conditions? Probably not, but it's going to be a hell of a lot better than your stock setup with some exhaust and an intake on it. Also, there's an adapter to this they'll get a little bit later on down the road that allows it to auto-tune itself. So that way when you're changing elevation, it just basically reads everything off the O2 sensors and changes it for you. More retard-proof stuff. And it saves the factory map. When you take something like a brand new bike in for warranty work, you can just flip the switch, it's back to normal, you kind of just remove the box, nobody knows any better, and then you take it all out and just plug it back in and do it again. All right, so before we get working on this thing, we might as well fire it up so you can hear what it sounds like before, which is basically quiet. Thank you, Casey. This bolt here is in a really shitty position, so you can't get a ratchet in there. You're gonna need to have a ball head Allen just to get that one in, but other than that, simple stuff. All right, so exhaust is off, literally takes 2 minutes. Of course, Dan, shall we do a mandatory no muffler fire up? Oh yeah, oh yeah. Let's do that. All right, already sounds better, we're done here. Better too. I think it was supposed to be like that.
Those mufflers do a lot.
Yeah.
I did not expect that actually.
Mm-hmm. All right. Put those new guys on. All right, so it didn't take too long at all. Pipes are on. Just a few minutes already. It's a hell of a lot better. Much smaller, cleaner. See how she sounds. This is with the resonators still in. It's not too loud, it's not annoying. It's always the worst part. It's like sometimes too loud of exhaust gets annoying for some people.
And the exhaust, the other night you were doing it at like 12 o'clock and it went
Decent. All right, move on to that intake. Okay, got the air cleaner on and the pipes, and this really really cleans up the bike. And it's such a simple modification. I mean, it's completely bolt on. It takes an hour tops, and that's only because some of these bolts are in kind of a pain in the ass spot to get to. Other than that, this bolt's completely in, no mess, no modification to anything. Everything fits as it should. It even comes with this cover plate so that your throttle body isn't exposed, so you're not showing a bunch of, you can see back in there, it's like all the wiring and plug for the throttle body. Yeah, looks good. We'll fire it up. I don't want to run it too long because we don't have the tune on it yet. Get a little intake noise too. All right, so these little end caps right here are decibel reducers. We don't need those, so we're gonna go ahead and take those out. Let's see how it sounds. So once you get the last little bolt out, this guy slide right out. Let's just do a test. Let's see what it sounds like with these out, and then let's pull the entire core out. Let's see what those sound like. Science. All right, well, so these have some funky ass lock key screw so you don't tamper with it, but we're gonna have to get that because we need to hear what it sounds like at full blast. But let's give it a little test with just the dB reducers out. Okay. You can tell right off the bat it's a little bit deeper. You know what? We can actually do this. So just with those in, quiets it down pretty significantly. Holy shit, it actually sounds like a Harley now. I like it. Now, this setup could not be easier. The cool thing about all this DynoJet stuff is that, and by the way, I paid for this out of pocket, so this is not some freebie that was like given to us. The shit just works. I don't know, it's not really a shameless plug. But look at this. All of it is factory connectors, so this legit just plugs right in, and you can run this, and then there's also additional ports that you can run for different switches. So you can hold two tunes in this. So if you want to run a stock tune and then your modified tune on like a switch, like on a toggle switch, you can just do that. You can also run different stuff like launch control, electronic shifting. Check that stuff, pretty cool. And it also comes with obviously all the stuff you need. And it always comes with this like double-sided Velcro stuff. So you know, you find a little spot under the cover and basically just stick it on. It's so you can remove it easy, so when you got to take it back to the dealer for warranty stuff, or if you're going to sell the bike, you can just pop it right off. You don't have to like make some crazy custom harness for it. So. All right, so we got this Power Commander 5 here that we're going to install, but we are going to hold off until tomorrow because we've got to load the tune on it first. Now, you'll need a PC in order to do that. I do know that Twitch Daddy at the office here does have a PC, so we can download the program, get it on the Power Commander, plug this in, and then this thing will be ready to go. Simple as that. I mean, this whole process, maybe an hour and a half. Okay, so we're going to throw that Power Commander on. First things first, we got to get these side covers and the seat off. Then we just plug it in. Okay, system's installed. Obviously, can't really see any of it. Moment of truth. Honestly, bang for your buck, this is one of the biggest improvements you can make to a stock bike. Hey, it'll sound good, it looks better, much cleaner, and you can actually feel the performance difference in the seat of your pants. Now, as you can see, for the most part, I used all S&S products except for the tuner, obviously, because they don't make one. But the reason being is I trust in the company. I mean, I've been beating on their 111 and my Dyna now for oh man, almost a year, and it's not failed me once. Proof's in the pudding there. Anyway, thanks for watching. I wanted to give a demonstration on how
this sort of monetization. And creators have to certify that their video videos aren't offensive or politically sensitive, as advertisers have become increasingly concerned about the possibility that their ads will be run against videos that might turn off consumers and lead to outrage on Twitter, meaning that for some creators, AdSense actually ends up being a fairly small percentage of their overall revenue. Another model that many creators use is brand deals. These often take the form of product placements or brand messaging that is directly baked into the actual video instead of being separately served from the AdSense program. TechQuickie is a perfect example of this. Speaking of which, I'm sure you guys have seen the spots that we do at the end of each episode that often start with, "Speaking of something." If it wasn't for our outside sponsors, this channel, which strives to be more about information at the expense of some clickability, would struggle to operate profitably. So for the most part, creators are free to negotiate brand deals directly with potential sponsors, keeping all of the ad revenue for themselves. This means they can be quite lucrative, but there's also a lot more management overhead because there are so many ways to approach this. So some deals are per video, some are bonus based, some offer rewards for extra engagement through clicks and views or even Twitter followers. So all of a sudden, someone whose entire life's focus has been on creating content can find themselves making pitch decks, sitting on conference calls, and compiling proof of performance reports. Bringing us to yet another way that creators make money: affiliate links. Oftentimes, creators who feature a certain product in their videos, such as for an unboxing, a haul, or a review, will include a link to an online retailer like Amazon in the video description. If a viewer clicks the link and buys something, the creator will get a kickback from the retailer in return for driving traffic to their site. Now, although each individual purchase might only net a small amount of money, affiliate revenue can add up to a lot over time, so it's a significant thing that viewers can do to help their favorite creators make money. Unless they'd rather just cut out the extra step and give it to them directly. Now, we don't do too much of this on TechQuickie, but either through YouTube's own memberships program or third-party sites like Patreon and Floatplane, shameless plug, viewers can contribute directly to their favorite shows in return for rewards like live hangouts, early access, exclusive content, or even just fuzzy feelings of gratitude. Not that that's enough for most people, so we'd be remiss if we didn't mention merchandise. Some YouTubers make a small amount of money from selling a t-shirt here or a sticker there, while for others, it makes up a significant part of the business, like Logan Paul's Maverick clothing line or Zoella's beauty product portfolio. So then, that's most of the common stuff. But frankly, just like how you can find videos about just about anything on YouTube, you can also find a seemingly unlimited supply of creative ideas for how to make money on YouTube. We've seen everything from traditional media gigs like appearing on reality shows or hosting events to going on live tours, both music and other in the case of something like SourceFed's tour, which I actually attended when they were here in Vancouver. YouTube Premium and crowdfunding have also opened up some interesting opportunities. Freddie Wong's Video Game High School was a breakout online/traditional media crossover, and since then we've seen more funding get put towards both serialized ideas, akin to traditional TV shows, and feature-length ones like Smosh the Movie. I mean, really, if you think about it, anywhere the creator's brand can be leveraged to sell more widgets, you will find it. Conventions have been springing up ever since people realized that VidCon was profitable, and those are also really fun, actually. LTX was a blast for the last couple of years. We're not making money on it, in case you guys were wondering, but it's still fun. We're gonna keep doing it. And then PewDiePie even did a mobile game that, from my understanding, performed very well for him. So the one thing that all of these methods have in common so far is that they require a strong viewer base. And I'm gonna bust a popular misconception right now. You do not get paid a penny for having a lot of subscribers. It is all about views. But there is some good news. Even much smaller niche creators have come up with some really clever ideas that work for them, including providing services that are closely related to their tutorials for people who just couldn't be arsed to do it themselves, selling the creations that they make on video or on stream directly to their viewers, or providing one-on-one or group lessons to people who are willing to pay. So hopefully, if you're an aspiring creator, this has gotten the gears turning for you. But then if it hasn't, maybe check out the comments below where our helpful community will undoubtedly be filling in all the glaring gaps in our programming. Are you a streamer that wants to have more control for your broadcast available right at your fingertips? Then check out the Elgato Stream Deck, an easy-to-use accessory with 15 totally customizable LCD buttons that allow you to access the streaming commands you need with just one touch. It's compatible with Twitch, YouTube, XSplit, and OBS, and allows you to map whatever you'd like to their tactile buttons. Anything from thanking a donor to switching a lower third to displaying a GIF. The options are only limited by your own creativity. And customization is incredibly easy. Just drag and drop your actions onto the buttons, throw on whatever icon you'd like, and you're ready to go. And you can even turn buttons into folders and create multiple profiles if 15 buttons just isn't enough for you. We actually use Stream Decks for all kinds of things here at Linus Media Group. We love them, and we think you will too. So check it out today at the link in the video description. So thanks for watching, guys. Like, dislike, check out our other videos, and don't forget to comment with, well, you guys know what to comment about. And don't forget to subscribe and follow so you don't miss any future Fast as Possibles. So you can get to them as fast as possible and watch them as fast as possible at 2x speed. Some people do that.
This is a PlayStation 3 premium refurbished certified system from GameStop. Now, we did the 360 video that you guys really seem to like, and I figured, well, let's take a look at the PS3 because a lot of you were saying in the comments, what's a GameStop refurbished PlayStation 3 look like if that's what their 360 looks like? Well, I will say the PS3 had less issues than the 360 and had a lot less home remedies. We'll say that, you know, things like screws and washers and all kinds of stuff. The PlayStation 3 was a bit more reliable, and I went and I picked this one up. It is an older, quote-unquote, large model, 80 gigabyte 2 USB system. And I figured, well, if I get a GameStop refurbished, maybe I'll get lucky and it's just the disk drive. If it's just the disk drive, we can still go down to the motherboard and I can show you some of the stuff with the system and everything. And I guess if it is this drive, we can look at that too. But let's see what we have here with the PlayStation 3 system. So right away, open it up. I did get AV cables with it because, I don't know, I guess they still give out AV cables. HDMI cables are like a dime a dozen, but I guess that's what it came with, and that might have been just what it, you know, got when it was traded in. USB, actually a fairly long USB cable for the controller. So far, so good there. A controller that doesn't feel terrible. However, it doesn't have any like wording up here. I don't know if it's like rubbed off or something because it does have the PlayStation symbol on the home button there. No charge. By the way, this system apparently was like under a bunch of stuff in the back, like the box was. So there's a good chance this was sitting back there for a long, long time. I mean, who goes there and specifically asks for a refurbished PS3 anymore? Power cable. So yes, all the cables and everything were inside. Good stuff. And let's take our system out that looks kind of run down. I don't know if they were trying to like, it might be kind of hard to see. It almost looks like Brillo pad was like taken to it. This is supposed to be shiny on top and it's not. Let's see. Let's get this guy out here. Oh look, it also comes with some instructions. Oh, that's kind of neat. Kind of like the 360 that we got. They did say they don't really sell a lot of these refurbished PS3 systems at all. They sell more of the refurbished 360 systems, and keep in mind they are doing a sale now with those systems, the 360, where it's like a rebate. You get it for basically free after you do the rebate. So there's our system. This is the 80 gigabyte large model, 2 USB on the front there, and it does have the old GameStop warranty sticker right there, 80 gigabyte L01. L01 is the model, so that means that this should say right here, CECH L01. That is a model that was after, let's see, they went to the fat model, the large model at CECH G01, then it went to H01, and I believe there was also a K model. Now we're at L, and I think they finished up with P01. So they have a lot of models. They redid this thing a lot, and the boards inside are generally fairly different. So we do have to get that little warranty sticker off the side to get started. So they've definitely been in here. That's good. So we actually can take a look at their job that they did here. So we'll kick that open. And like I said, hopefully it's just the disk drive. That's the hope, right? Because then this system is actually a good system to buy, and then I guess I can kind of recommend their refurbished PlayStation 3 at that point, right? Again, though, the larger models are more of a pain to work with compared to the slim models because they do fail more. Oh, good. They even have the right screw in there. Okay, so we're off to a good start, guys. This is a good start so far. They have everything so far looks correct. They have the right torque screw in here. They had the rubber stopper. They have their own warranty sticker on it. So far, so good. To get that screw out, this just pops right open there. That comes off, and now we can start to take a look. By the way, if you open a PS3, this actually makes a good little spot for your screws. We actually have all of our Phillips head screws around here, so we can just start unscrewing them. We can get the lid off, and then we can maybe make a determination if it is anything other than the disk drive. Because if I see the disk drive and it looks all right, then it might be board related, and that'll be fun. Although this is an L01, we didn't see a ton of we saw some. Definitely not as many as like the older models. Like the A01 is the 60 gigabyte model that was PS2 and PS1 backwards compatible. This one will play PS1 games, but it won't play PS2 games. So you can drop your PlayStation 1 game in here and it'll work fine. Actually, any PS3 will play PS1 games. So if you have a PS3 sitting around and you want to play a PS1 disc, you can actually pop it in and it'll play it fine. Some people don't actually know that. So there you go. There's a little tab up here you got to press when you go to open it. Kicks right open. Let's see. Okay, so so this is interesting. There's actually some rust right here on the casing for the board. So that's just straight up rust. That's interesting. Okay. Yeah, that's rust. All right, so the inside is rusted, so good stuff there. Off to a great start. Let's see, let's just double check to make sure they put all the screws in correctly. Yeah, good, all right, very good. All the screws are actually in over here. I have seen rust in a PS3 before. It's in the first time I've seen it, but it's not often, like at all. It's not a normal thing to see rust in a PlayStation 3 system. On this model, the PS3's power supply, which is this black section here, has to come off first because the ribbon cable from this drive actually goes underneath of it. So this is going to come off after you get the screws out, which there's some smaller ones back here as well. Once you get the screws off, it just is pulled up and out. And that's just because of some power plugs that are actually underneath. And then we should be able to see the board. I'm looking at the drive, and once we flip it over, we should at least be able to tell because there's usually a sticker that tells us if someone's been in there. If I ever saw this and the board seemed okay, I would still change this plate out just because there's rust and it's right next to where the power plugs are. And that's usually concerning because that means I assume there's moisture or something happening at some point. Because these are our plugs here and you can kind of see the rust gathering around it. A little concerning. I mean, this plate doesn't cost much, and sometimes, because if you've worked on so many PS3s, they become scrap at some point where you have some that are unfixable. I would have these plates all over the place because, you know, you run into some that are just, they're just not fixable. Let's pop this up here. This is rusted as well. Interesting. Wow, it's just rust all, wow, that's amazing. I'm trying to see if there's any indication they've even worked on this thing. Let's go down to the board, because I was going down to the board anyway. But so far, they've at least put the screws all in the right spots, so you wouldn't really be able to tell anyway. But let's get down to the board. So to get there, we have all types of screws to take out. All Phillips head though, thankfully. Nothing crazy. And I actually need to take this hard drive out as well, which I probably should have done before we even got in here because they put stickers over everything just to make it difficult on me. Okay, so I can see a little more here, and I can catch it in the camera. So the reason there's rust is because something was actually spilled into the system. You can actually see it. Can you see this right here? I can see it on the viewfinder. Do you see? That is indication that something was spilled through the top vents. And of course that makes sense because if you have it and it's vertical, and it's sitting like this, it's very easy for something to spill on top of this. I've seen it before, this isn't new. Something was spilled in, you can see it came in through here at the top, spilled in down here, rested here actually, and you know what? Let's make sure this thing works. I haven't even tried to turn it on, and now I'm like thinking about it, because we don't have to do much to turn it on. I have to just see if there's actually a green light on this thing. Okay, so it's plugged in. We should see a red light. Right there, there you go, red light. And it should just turn on to green, right? That should be fun. Let's see. Okay, so it does turn on, which is good news. I don't have the disk drive in, so I'm not going much further than that. I just want to make sure it wasn't like a yellow light or something, but obvious liquid damage here, and I'm wondering if they had to work on the board because it did have liquid damage at some point. They cleaned it, but at least so far it does turn on. It goes into standby and everything, so it works. Bunch of screws around the outside. This is technically called an L01, and we would kind of joke about it because, well, I believe even the ones after this, like the P01 was the same way, because it kind of makes an L shape for the motherboard, because this is part of it. This is like all one board, and just made that L shape. So I don't know if they changed the board because of that. I doubt it. I doubt they even came up with the idea of L01 because that was like next in line. But it was always interesting. Whenever I saw that model number come in, I knew what I was dealing with, because these are a pain to put on a preheater because of the weird shape of it. And especially if we had to reflow or reball the GPU, which would happen. It's really annoying to put these on the jig for the preheater. Almost have it all up. These clamps here are very similar in the idea of the X clamps. However, the PlayStation 3's motherboard is thicker, and Sony did a better job bracing this board overall to avoid board issues. The problem was the board, or the system itself, pulled a lot of power, especially early on, and the system itself would just cook. Like, it would get so hot in this system. And those A01 boards, those 60 gigabyte systems, they are all like ticking time bombs at this point. So if you have one, you might want to look up ways to do maintenance. You can change out the power supply with a cooler one. That is a thing. Overall cleaning inside of it, if you can get to just the top off, you can get any of the dust bunnies out, because you just can't get to them otherwise. Even with those vents there, it's very difficult to do. You don't have to take any screws out. You just get to the point where you can open up the top and you can get to those dust bunnies. I would do that as soon as possible on an A01. A B01 is also something you should look at, an E01. Those are all ones that play PS2 games, but they're all very old as well. This is all up, and man, this stuff. Okay. Well, we're off to a good start with the board exposed. So we have corrosion on the motherboard here as well. That's very easy to see. It's this green powder here. That usually happens from a reaction of liquid on the motherboard and drying. Yeah, so here's what definitely happened. Liquid hit the board. You can actually see it here as well. That is some dust and traces of liquid. And it all gathers around this power plug, and it does not look good around that power plug. I'm gonna get you a close-up picture of this because it's that's something else. Yeah, that's quite a bit. It's right around that power plug. You can see the fuse is also covered. There are MOSFETs that are also covered with corrosion. Corrosion generally will like short things out, and it's a real pain. This is fairly well stuck in there actually. Wow, okay. So the system is kind of stuck right now. In the wait, there we go. This will usually happen if compound is used heavily. Actually, that might be the... No, I guess not. That's not the... Yeah, no, that's not from Sony. It's too wet. The actual compound is, and this is okay, yeah. So we can now kind of gauge the path of the liquid and how this happened. So it came in through here when it's standing up. The liquid comes down and around, goes through here, right, where we can kind of see the corrosion, and we can also see where it gathered there as well. Goes to the other side of it because there's a liquid. That's where it dried up, and maybe even kind of came out the bottom here. Yes, so quite a bit actually went through this system. I'm actually surprised that it still works even a little bit. And because of the corrosion and kind of where the liquid damage was, it could technically go out at some point, but it still works. This is very easy to actually clean up, and I'm surprised they did not, because this was a refurbishment and had their sticker still on it. It wasn't a trade back in or anything. They opened it up. This is different compound. That compound's different. So I'm not really sure how all this went down, how they didn't just clean this off. It's not, if you see this and it still works, it's kind of a miracle, but you can clean it with a toothbrush and some 91% isopropyl alcohol. Very, very quick and easy, and then let it dry for hours. You can technically fix this pretty easily, but still, who knows how long it's been sitting like that. It could have been a while. Whatever they had, there was some kind of, I guess, sugar or something in it. It wasn't like necessarily just water that was spilled. But here we are. These are our chipsets here, and we've already gone this far, and the system has liquid damage, which is great, but I figure while we're here, we might as well take a look what the cell looks like, and we might as well take a look what the RSX looks like. I'm not even just talking about these heat spreaders here that we can see. I'm talking about the actual chips underneath. And we're actually going to do that now. I'm going to go ahead and pull both of these heat spreaders, and we can take a look at the dies. So delidding CPUs in general now is pretty popular. It's something a lot of people do. Back then, though, we didn't have the tools to do it. We had to kind of make it up as we went because it still wasn't that popular back then to where you could buy a kit online. So we came up with a little method where we actually use exhaust feeler gauges, and we kind of grind down the edge to make more of a blade. And because of the angle of it, it actually sits underneath and can actually cut through kind of the silicone on top and the glue and give us an easy pathway to actually get underneath and get to the die. Because if your CPU or if your fan is loud on your PS3, like 90% of the time, it's because of this chip here and what's underneath of this heat spreader. And it's a pain to get into. People don't like doing it. I would even recommend GameStop's people doing this, the refurbishment centers, and I know they don't like to do it. Because I have talked to two people that worked at places that would contract out and work with GameStop. They did not like this. They did not like this part. No one does, and that's why a lot of them would actually send business to me, because I would actually be able to do this pretty easily. Now, the plan here, as you can see, I've worked it underneath of the heat spreader. And what we do now is we just slowly work around. I like to heat it up a little beforehand, so it's actually underneath. You can see that. I like to heat the chip up a little bit with just like, you use a heat gun, a wand, whatever you have with you, the heat wand from like a solder station. And when you do that, it'll actually loosen the glue underneath of it. You don't need to heat it up to like some crazy levels. You should actually still be able to hold it. But just that little bit of heat will actually give you enough play to get in there. And once you're in, it's a quick cut around and you'll be able to get this spreader off. So like I've cut all the way around this edge now, and if I come in from this corner now, because I've cut in, it'll actually fit in pretty easily, like that. Okay? And then I can actually start continuing to cut around, and I just got to cut around this edge, and then it'll lift right up. All right, so I've gone all the way around. I'm about to finish it right there, very, very carefully. It's all about patience with this as well. It doesn't take too long. Like, usually take me a minute or two to get one of these off, but it's definitely about patience because you can easily slip and hit something on the board. But this was a very clean pull, and I want you to note kind of how much you can see of that die. You also end up with a very red knuckle because you're pushing a lot. But you can kind of see this die right here. Do you see that window that exists there? This should all be covered, by the way. But you see that window? That's from the dry compound. So because of this, you'll end up with very loud fans on the PlayStation 3. This is the biggest culprit. If you want to quiet your fan, you have to kind of brave this silicone cutting here with a tool from AutoZone used for exhaust. Works very well though, and that is, like I said, the biggest issue. A01s, the 60 gigabyte, the 20 gigabyte, and 80 gigabyte are all very, very prone to this issue. In fact, I say 99% of the time, if you can get this cell off, replace this compound with like MX4, Arctic Silver, or whatnot, it will actually quiet it dramatically. Now, the other one, of course, is this RSX chip. And I know you're probably curious about this because this is a bit different. It's not just this die here in the middle of the chip. There's actually memory and all kinds of stuff on here. So you might be curious how we get that one off. It feels like it should be harder, right? Well, no, it's actually easier, believe it or not. And what we have to do is you want to use your cell, we call it a cell popper, by the way. You want to use your cell popper, and you want to use a flathead screwdriver. And this is a very quick motion, okay? I'm going to show you. It's going to be kind of hard because I got to be a little bit over here because it's on the edge of the table, and of course it has this large spike on the bottom to mess with me. That's what I mean when I say it was a pain to put on the reflow reball jig because of all of that. Again, I'm going to heat this up and then I'm going to do it one quick motion and show you. It's very easy to break as well compared to this where it's all the way around the edge. So you take your cell popper. This side has no fuses or anything. You take it there to block and make sure that the flathead doesn't come in contact with, there we go. You don't want to come in contact with the actual chip itself. You put it in there, you put the flathead in, and you twist it. And that's it. It's off. It's that fast. You also end up sometimes with a cut knuckle like that one. Great. And that is our RSX chip. So you can notice those 4 points I was just explaining to you that have kind of the hard glue there. That's actually what's holding it down. It really reminds me more of like cement almost, but you can actually scratch that off with a standard spudger, plastic spudger tool for heating it up. And then you clean this off. This one probably didn't have to be removed. As you can see, the compound is there. Generally on these L01s or like the P01 or K0, you usually don't have to remove this because it's the dies are much cooler because they move to a smaller die set. That's usually not the issue. It's this. This is always the issue. So you're gonna have to work around that. However, if I clean this off, clean it up real nice, put these spreaders back down, I will actually have a very quiet PlayStation 3, especially an L01 model that is already fairly quiet in the first place. It'll be not near silent, but it'll be much quieter. As for the chips, this is the RSX GPU chip. That's our cell. Those 4 modules are actually memory modules around the edges in those corners. Remember, they split them up into 2 pools. So we have 256 here, and then we have 256 over here directly next to the cell, and that's for faster access time there. We have our South Bridge there, and then we also have our HDMI chipset over here and our LAN NIC chip over here. If you get like a lightning strike, sometimes these chips will actually go out, which is very interesting to try to fix because it's not normal to see that. We have our networking and USB chips over here as well, right there. And that's pretty much the majority of the system. Overall, it is a pretty cool system, just a real pain to work on. And ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it for the PlayStation 3 GameStop Premium Refurbished System. I would consider this one a waste of money as well because it has liquid damage, and who knows how long it'll actually last with that. I mean, it might actually last for a while, I guess. I mean, it's weird that it works right now. I will admit that. However, they should have done a better job cleaning and refurbishing this system because they were clearly down to the chipsets. They probably should have done something about that cell because this would have been a loud PlayStation 3. This would have been one that sounds like a jet engine over time. They could have done a better job there. I would deem this, because of the liquid damage and the lack of work done to the system, probably a waste of money. Yes, this is a waste of money. It's $100, so it's not even that cheap compared to the 360 that I got for $40. And that one at least didn't have liquid damage, so somehow the PlayStation 3 system ended up being worse when it comes to its refurbishment. But let me know what you guys think about this system down below, whether you were surprised to see that it had liquid damage in a GameStop refurbished, or maybe you're not. And what about the PS3 in general, the teardown process, the chipsets having heat spreaders that are stuck to them and you have to remove in weird, strange ways? Thanks guys for watching. Make sure you give the video a like if you liked it, dislike it if not, and I'll see you in the next video.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Marvelous Wave channel. Today we're going to be discussing the Avengers 4 trailer in kind of a different format. For this little episode and discussion, we're just going to be addressing the trailer, all the news that we have about it, some various leaks, in, like I said, a little bit of a different format than the edited videos. If you have not seen the breakdown for the Avengers 4 trailer in a very organized fashion, I will link that in the description down below. But this is also a little bit of a setup and promotion to a podcast that I started with my best friend Anthony, if you want to say hello.
Hello, everyone.
So we have this podcast going. I'm just going to address it really briefly. We talk about everything. We talk about Star Wars, Marvel, our lives, bears. Sharks. But like I said, for this episode alone, we'll only be talking about the Endgame trailer. But if you guys are interested in following the podcast, I would deeply appreciate it, and I'm sure Anthony would as well. And I will link that in the description down below if you want to check that out. I think it's quality. I think it's really funny too, and it's definitely a different light than it normally is for my two channels. With that said, let's go ahead and talk about Avengers Endgame, begin the discussion.
Mm-hmm. Well, we got a title now, finally.
Yeah. What do you think of the title?
It's obviously something that everybody's been speculating was going to be the title for a long time. I mean, that was the first rumor ever. And it's something they've been teasing ever since they, even announced Phase 3. Remember, I think that...
It's Bruce Banner.
Bruce Banner said something about Endgame in that trailer that they put out?
Well, in Age of Ultron.
Yeah.
I think it's Bruce Banner where he points, he's up there, that's the Endgame. It could be Tony Stark.
No, it was Tony. Tony Stark.
Okay, my bad. Yeah. He says, but Endgame is actually dropped in Age of Ultron.
Yeah.
Which we all thought that the title of Avengers was revealed in Age of Ultron when I think it's... I forget who it is. I think it's Scarlet Witch, actually. She's like, oh, I looked inside your head and saw Annihilation.
Yeah.
And Vision is like, look again.
Mm-hmm.
So everybody thought and speculated that it was going to be in Age of Ultron that the title was revealed, which it was revealed in Age of Ultron, just not what we all thought. He was like, up there, that's the end game.
Mm-hmm.
And then Doctor Strange, obviously, in Infinity War was like, we're in the end game now, which made the Russos a bunch of dirty, filthy liars because they said that the title was not said in Infinity War, which I believe at one point in time they genuinely believed that it wasn't, right?
Yeah.
Do you want to explain that a little bit?
Well, they were. It recently came out that apparently they've been like debating on what the title was going to be for like all the way up until like last week.
Yeah.
Like, is it going to be Infinity Gauntlet, which was apparently the working title for a very long time? Is it going to be Endgame? Is it going to be Annihilation? And then I think that because it came time for a trailer, they kind of had to, you know, own it and say, all right, we got to pick one. And they went with Endgame, which I think is probably the best title they could have done. Annihilation I like, but to me Annihilation kind of sounds generic. Like I was explaining to you earlier, to me that sounds like it could be like the tagline on a Transformers movie, like, you know, Transformers 6 Annihilation of Cybertron or something like that. And I think that Endgame, it's not necessarily like a complicated name or anything like that. It doesn't say a lot other than, you know, these are like the final days. These are like the highest stakes, and I think it's ultimately a good title, but also that's kind of the least important part of this trailer. We don't get a lot of information with this trailer either, and most of what we see is probably all the first act.
Right.
But
right.
For a trailer that shows no action at all, it still got me pretty excited.
Yeah, me too. It's definitely a teaser.
Yeah.
It's not like, I don't know. It's Marvel has our money already.
Yeah.
Especially with Avengers 4.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Infinity War had this big epic trailer, and it was like this huge event thing, and every Avengers film is an event movie.
Yeah.
It's no longer even like a movie at that point.
Mm-hmm.
There are certain films that are like events.
Yeah.
Where it's like a Star Wars, like, main episodic one, that's an event film, or an Avengers movie.
Yeah.
And Civil War you can throw in there. But it's kind of like this trailer feels different. It's not as epic as Infinity War or the Civil War trailers were, but it's definitely like it's establishing the tone.
Uh-huh.
And something that I've always loved about Marvel and respected about Marvel is even like in the darkest of times, they still have a lot of comedy.
Uh-huh.
Like in the end with Ant-Man, it's great, right?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
That's the best scene in the trailer, although there's not a lot in the trailer. But I think that we will get a bigger event trailer down the line.
Yeah.
But it's definitely a teaser. One of the biggest things is it was rumored that there would be a time jump in the beginning of Endgame.
Mm-hmm.
But now we know that there's, at least in the first act, not a time jump.
Yeah.
It opens up directly with Tony Stark and I assume Nebula in the ship
Mm-hmm.
drifting in space.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, there are leaked set photos of an older Tony Stark.
Mm-hmm.
He's got like blonde gray in his hair. Obviously, we don't know if that's an alternate Tony Stark that they experience in the quantum realm at some point, or if there is a time jump after he gets back to Earth, which is what I assume happens.
Yeah. But also, it's like those pictures of the older Tony Stark. It's like the older Tony Stark, but he's in the first Avengers movie.
Yeah.
Which is really weird because I think it just shows you that there's going to be a lot of time jumps. Like, what I am hoping for is that we get a flashback and a flash forward. I think it would be really interesting to see what the world looks like in 10 years after the snap. See how people recover and how the world kind of moves on. And I think that they have a lot of really cool ideas that they could play with, where it's like, imagine if like 10 years after the snap, people realize that like, yeah, it sucked to lose everybody, but at the same time, maybe a lot of the world's problems are fixed because there's less people. And then they have to like decide, it's like, do we want to save the people that didn't deserve to die and, you know, risk losing this future where everybody's actually doing all right? Or do we leave it the way it is? I think that they could have a lot of complicated ideas, which I think only the Russos really do in these Marvel movies. But that being said, it's kind of hard to tell where they're going still. Because these past two movies, Infinity War and now Endgame, are like some of the only Marvel movies where you can't really predict where the movie's going. Like, we were talking about this earlier, too. It's like, it was as if every Marvel movie that ever came out, we knew exactly, like, all the story beats and what was going to happen. Like, when Age of Ultron came out, we knew that there'd be a different Avengers at the end, and we knew that the Hulk would find his way in space. And then, like, the movie comes out, and you're like, yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Right, and this is something you don't really know about.
Yeah.
I want to talk about the time, like, going back in time and stuff.
Yeah.
So, obviously, the popular theory is that they will use the Time Stone. I am almost 100% that is wrong.
Yeah.
And there's one line in another Marvel movie that I think proves that this time travel thing is going to be a thing.
Yeah.
But that they won't use the Time Stone.
Mm-hmm. What's that line?
It's in Ant-Man and the Wasp, and it's where Janet warns them not to get stuck into a time vortex from the quantum realm.
Mm-hmm.
So we know that they have quantum realm suits, so they're gonna like manipulate the quantum realm to like be able to venture into different points down the timeline.
That makes sense.
And there's also the theory that like Scott Lang uses one of these time things to like get back to the real world and get with the Avengers, and that the time vortex that he goes through is one that leads farther down the timeline in Avengers 4.
Yeah.
So like when Cap is like, is this happening right now? That obviously implies that Scott Lang has been missing for some time, right?
Mhm.
But the theory goes that Scott Lang, for him, it's literally just been like a few minutes that he's been in the quantum realm.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, because in the quantum realm, time and space aren't the same as they are in, like, you know, the regular world.
Right.
And that's something they addressed in the first Ant-Man too. They explain, like, you know, over there, that stuff doesn't matter. It's like a completely different, you know, dimension.
Right. So, like, that's the whole thing. That's the big theory, is that Scott Lang literally, like, it's this idea that he has entered into a different point in the timeline.
Yeah.
Where, like, the Avengers realize maybe we can manipulate that further and use the quantum realm to go to a part in the timeline where we can go fix things and ensure that the snap doesn't happen, or alter things further. And obviously with the leaked concept art, we know Iron Man goes into it. All the Avengers pretty much go into the quantum realm.
Even Rocket.
Yeah, even Rocket goes into the quantum realm. That's something else I want to talk about. There's no, like, we don't see Rocket.
Yeah.
We only get a very brief glimpse of Thanos, and the explanation for that is extremely simple. The VFX shots are not done for the film.
Yeah.
They wrapped filming, like a month ago? Maybe less?
Yeah, and they have a lot of work to
so
do on it.
the reason that we didn't see that stuff, and obviously because it's a teaser, is none of the CGI shots are done or rendered. I'm sure they're working tirelessly on it.
Yeah.
But that's a big reason why these characters aren't seen. So I think that's definitely interesting. So what else do you want to talk about?
This is just something I wanted to point out. Not to take it too seriously, but it is something I was curious about when I watched it. I thought when the trailer opened and you see Tony Stark in that ship, I had this thought in the back of my head after I had watched it a couple times, and I was like, I bet he has like a fully perfectly groomed goatee in that shot. And then I went back and I was like, that can't be true, right? And then when I watched it, he did grow back his beard kind of all over his face.
That's perfect.
Yeah, he's really scruffy looking, and also he looks kind of thin, like he hasn't been eating. Which I mean, he says that he ran out of food
4 days ago.
How long do you think he was actually in that ship then? Probably a while.
I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't say that long.
Yeah.
Because they give away half their supplies to Thor in Infinity War.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I don't assume very long at all, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe a week or two. What do you think?
Probably something like that.
It can't be that long at all.
I don't imagine it was longer than a month or anything.
Yeah,
but,
no, absolutely not. But something else is that if you look at the Avengers facility in the trailer,
Yeah.
like it looks unkempt,
Mhm.
which again shows passage of time. On Earth, it looks unkempt and like it almost looks like the Avengers have almost given up completely.
Yeah.
At like figuring out what to do, which makes sense.
Well, I'm sure that it's probably a worldwide thing too. I
Yeah.
can't imagine like if an event like that ever happened in real life where suddenly half of the people were dead. I can't imagine anybody going to work in the morning. You know what I
Right.
mean? I think everybody would just collectively mourn for like a year. And
you know, in
never
the
accomplish
Prelude
anything.
comic, it explains that the Avengers don't share like what actually caused it.
Yeah.
Because in their minds, it's like, what good does this do?
Yeah, it wouldn't help anybody.
Which I think is an interesting idea.
Yeah. Do they explain in that Prelude comic what the world calls the snap? Because I
The
heard
decimation.
It's called the decimation.
Yeah, which is what they called the House of M storyline in the comic books.
Oh, yeah?
Which is interesting. It's kind of callback to that.
Mhm.
For those of you that don't know, House of M is when Scarlet Witch went crazy and wiped out like 90% of the mutants.
Yeah.
So that there was only 10% of mutants left.
Mhm.
She like has this huge freak out and screams like no more mutants. And it's an interesting callback to that.
Yeah.
But yeah, they call it the decimation. So, which makes sense.
Yeah.
And again, it has basis in the comics. But did you see that concept art of the Iron Man suit that's kind of like broken apart?
Yeah, I have actually.
Yeah. What do you think of that? Do you think that plays some type of role, obviously? And also, how do you think Tony Stark gets out of space? Because there's two big theories.
Yeah, well, I know that we were talking earlier about like the idea that it could be possible that through Tony's message to Pepper, that Pepper receives it and then maybe dons some sort of prototype Iron Man suit that Tony made for her, and that would be the rescue suit, because we know that that's going to be in the movie.
Yeah, the rescue armor is confirmed.
Yeah, and because of the line where he was like, you know, drifting in space with like, you know, no, you know, what's the line exactly with
No hope of rescue?
No hope of rescue, something like that. That line where he says rescue seems like it's kind of foreshadowing her saving him, and then because of that line, he's like, I'm going to call you Rescue. Something like that.
That's dumb.
It's dumb.
I would
but
rather just have it be like, that's her name in the comic books and they don't say it.
I know, but like, it doesn't even have to be like that, but that could just be like a mild hint.
Right. I think it's hinting at that for sure.
Yeah.
Another possibility, like I think you were going to get there,
Mhm.
but it's that Captain Marvel on her way back to Earth
Yeah.
discovers like this message.
Yeah.
This message in a bottle, and like decides to rescue Tony. But there's also this other theory that Captain Marvel is in the quantum realm herself.
Yeah.
Because we know that Captain Marvel's been missing. It takes place in the 90s. So there's a huge gap where she's gone.
I think it's actually confirmed to be 1995, by the way.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it. There's this huge gap where she's not there. She's not in Guardians of the Galaxy, which
Mhm.
is where like a lot of the remnants of the Star Force are with
Yeah.
what is his name? The
What?
guy that confronts Star-Lord when he's getting the orb. Oh, I know his name. He's a member of Star Force and Captain Marvel. Starts with a K.
Korath?
Yeah, Korath.
Yeah.
Good job.
Thank you.
We know that Korath was a member of Star Force, and also that Ronan is a part of the Kree Empire and
Yeah.
stuff. And Captain Marvel is obviously not in Guardians of the Galaxy. They don't even mention her in Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah, no.
So I just think like it's possible that she's in the quantum realm too. And there's also the major theory that I believe that she actually draws her powers from the quantum realm.
Yeah.
So
Her powers do look very similar to what the quantum realm looks like in both the Ant-Man movies.
Right.
Kind of like that super like iridescent, colorful, kind of like almost like rainbow looking energy. It's got a lot of reds and yellows and stuff, which is like the two I think most prominent colors in the quantum realm.
Right.
So that definitely could be the thing that I think about that theory though, as far as her saving Iron Man and bringing him to Earth, is that seems like too much to me for like Nick Fury to send out this message to her and then also her stumble into a message from Tony Stark. Like, it seems like too many messages going to Captain Marvel.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, I'm not saying that it couldn't work. I mean, it could work.
Could she save Ant-Man from the quantum realm? Or do you think the time vortex thing is more likely?
I'm not sure. It could be a time vortex thing. I think it would be fun in that movie for, like, Ant-Man to run into Captain Marvel, because to me that's like the two
it's the most powerful and like not that Ant-Man's not powerful, but just like
he is the least serious Avenger, if you'll say, Avenger, compared to the most powerful and most likely very serious Captain Marvel. It's like, a 1 and a 10. They're just the complete opposite sides of the spectrum,
right? Which Marvel's great at, and I would not be surprised if they have like a thing.
Yeah, Marvel is excellent at coming up with really entertaining pairings, like Thor and Rocket Raccoon. Like, the idea that those two have like an entire adventure in Infinity War, it's one of the best parts of the movie.
Right.
Sweet Rabbit. It's genius. I think that pairing would work really well. But it's like we're saying, though, it's like we really just have no clue what's going to happen in this movie. It could go any way.
Right. Captain Marvel is the big thing. I would say, if I had to guess, the Avengers go through a time vortex, and Thanos, with the power of the Infinity Stones, kind of gains the ability to meet them at certain points in time, potentially, because he has the time stone and the power. And the space stone.
Yeah.
So if he figures out where they are, he can like go there himself.
Yeah.
Theoretically.
Do you think that he'd be able to actually generate that kind of power with the stones too, though, after the snap? Or maybe they could even do a thing where it's like he's capable of doing that time travel, but it maybe takes a toll on him physically, kind of like the snap did, because he's already so drained, and the Infinity Stones are already so drained from the snap.
If you look at the trailer, actually, Thanos is limping,
Yeah.
just like he is at the end of Infinity War. He's still limping. And another thing is, and I was going to make a full video on this, he's wearing like a knitted shirt and knitted pants, just like he did in the comic books.
Yeah.
So this is Farmer Thanos.
Yeah.
But the Infinity Gauntlet's still like on his arm.
Do you think it's stuck?
Absolutely, I do.
Like, his arm is so damaged, and like I'm sure like the damage to his arm and the gauntlet itself, they probably just kind of fused together.
Right. I think it is stuck on his arm.
That's really cool.
I was
thinking
cool.
about that earlier today, and I realized, like, if he still got that gauntlet on, it's probably stuck.
Right. I'm sure it's stuck.
Yeah.
Because wouldn't he have taken it off at that point?
He probably would have.
It's
like what threat is there?
If you look at it in Infinity War, it is so like burnt and
Yeah.
destroyed. It probably has literally melded to his arm.
Yeah,
How
absolutely.
horrific and awesome is that?
It's so cool. There are little details that the Russos know to do that are just like the most incredible thing in all these Marvel movies. They're by far, I think, the best directors in the universe.
Yeah. They've done a great job. They have like my 3 favorite movies.
Yeah.
And then you have Thor Ragnarok up there.
Yeah.
But it's just like Civil War, Winter Soldier, Infinity War, like quality wise, like they are 3 for 3.
Yeah.
Like, this whole like, trilogies are cursed in like Marvel Universe directors. It's like you have like people that point to Sam Raimi, and I can't think of another one.
Or people always point to Christopher Nolan too with the Dark Knight trilogy, because people always, complain about the quality of The Dark Knight Rises.
Yeah.
Basically, the whole idea behind the theory is that a director will make a trilogy and they'll get really excited on the second movie because they already made the first movie, so they don't need to set up anything anymore. Like, the characters are, they're developed, so then you can maybe throw in a better villain. And this works with, like, Spider-Man 2, this works with The Dark Knight. But once you get to the third movie, the director's kind of burnt out, and they lose passion, or they just get tired, so it doesn't end up as good as the second movie. So there's like a climb in quality with the second one, and then a departure of quality when they do the third movie.
Yeah.
But that hasn't happened at all with the Russos, and I'm excited that Infinity War and Endgame were shot
Same
back to
thing.
back.
Same movie.
Yeah, it's basically because, even they were going to call it Infinity War Part 1 and 2.
Right.
It's
and I don't know about you, man, but I am watching Infinity War leading right up until I leave to go to the Endgame.
Yeah, right.
I am.
Yeah,
like,
of course.
that's what I'm doing.
We're probably going to watch that movie 5 times again before we even get to
Right.
that release date.
I'm just talking about, like, I am before I leave
Yeah.
to go to the movie theater with my advanced tickets, so I don't have to wait in some stupid line. I am going to watch and time it out perfectly.
Yeah.
I'm probably going to watch Civil War, Infinity War, and then Endgame.
Yeah.
And I'm going to cry.
Oh, I know. It killed me watching Captain America cry in the trailer. I was just like, don't cry, Cap. It wasn't your fault.
It got me way worse with Iron Man.
Iron Man, that's so sad. To me, that's actually my favorite scene in the trailer. Because it's one of those things that just, I think, reflects on the character of Tony Stark, where he's so he's just so wise in that opening scene when he tells Pepper, it's like, don't feel bad about this because the end is part of the journey,
right?
And he realized that, like, he did his best and he couldn't save the day after all,
and he's okay with it almost.
Yeah, because it's like he knows that these are his final moments and he has to make peace with that.
Right.
And he's probably also optimistic about the future without him, because I'm sure that he has hope, where he's like, this may be the end for me, but it doesn't have to be the end for everybody else, and maybe somebody will take over and learn from our mistakes or learn from our victories and what we've done, and then kind of put things the right way. He knows that there are other heroes out there still too, because half of them might be gone, but that means the other half is still there. I'm sure there's probably going to be some dialogue about that, but I really love him as a character. We talk about it all the time. Tony Stark is the best character in this entire cinematic universe, one of the best in movie history, because it's every movie he just gets more and more developed,
and it's consistent.
He does things, like little things in every movie, that just make you like love him so much. Like in Infinity War, the second he realizes there's a threat to humanity,
he starts stretching.
He starts stretching on the cauldron of the cosmos. Nothing's happened yet. He doesn't know when this threat could come in like 2 weeks for all he knows, but he's stretching immediately because he knows he has to do something.
Because he's ready.
He's just trying to be ready. And I just can't wait to see him die in this next movie. And also, speaking about him dying, I can't wait for tomorrow when the Spider-Man Far From Home
I
trailer
wanted to talk about that. I want to touch on 2 more things and then wrap it up.
Yeah.
I want to talk about, first, the Spider-Man Far From Home trailer, and then I want to talk about Ronin.
Yeah.
Okay, so, Far From Home trailer. This is Sony's marketing. It's like great because it's like an awesome week for Marvel.
Yeah, for real. 3 huge trailers in 1 week.
But you are going to confuse the people that don't keep up with this stuff.
This is such a bad move.
It's not even Marvel's move, which is the worst part. Do you want to explain?
Yeah, so Sony, because of the way this Marvel deal works, Sony's basically in complete control of everything with this movie except for the creative vision, which is mostly
the important part.
Yeah, it's the important part. And like, Sony still has things that they could do and screw up, like the whole timeline thing that they screwed up in Homecoming.
Yeah.
But they're releasing a trailer for Spider-Man Far From Home tomorrow, and I am so worried that they're going to spoil something in Avengers 4 because, Spider-Man is dead, and you have to explain somehow how he came back. And we were joking earlier about like how there's going to be like some opening line of dialogue where Spider-Man's like, yeah, everything changed after Thanos snapped me to death, but then Tony Stark built his own Infinity Gauntlet and then restored life to all the universe, but then sacrificed himself, and like Peter's going to be standing on Tony Stark's grave. And it's going to be like the most spoilery trailer ever. I would love it if instead of that, if it was just like 2 minutes and 30 seconds of Aunt May crying over Peter Parker's death, like something that just doesn't spoil it. But I mean, we know that there could be a lot of options with how this movie works too. Like there's like these theories that Spider-Man Far From Home will take place in a timeline that is before Infinity War because they could reverse time to before the snap and then prevent it from ever happening. So then the Spider-Man would live in a universe where he never died. That being said, I don't know why on earth they're doing this. And I understand that this movie is going to come out not very long after Endgame. I almost called it Infinity War. But like, it sucks that the marketing has to be this 6 months before the movie comes out kind of thing. I mean, I wish they honestly, I wish that they would try a different marketing tactic, kind of like what they did with Cloverfield Paradox, where it's, or even 10 Cloverfield Lane. I feel like they dropped the trailer 2 months before the movie came out.
Yeah.
Like, I understand they want to get on this marketing hype as soon as possible, but we're getting into some weird territory that movies tend to not be in, where it's like, this is really going to be spoilery. And I don't want to see a living Spider-Man while I know he's dead.
Yeah, and like it's weird because like Marvel's been very careful with it too. Like,
yeah.
Like they've never come out and been like Black Panther 2 officially confirmed.
Yeah.
They've just like, oh, Ryan Coogler back as director at Marvel Film.
It's very
and it's like, okay, yeah, we know.
It's very vague and almost like just analytical as far as just the dispersion of, is that a word, dispersion of information?
It is now.
Like all they have done with Phase 4 is just go like, yeah, an Eternals movie, but they don't come out with a logo. You know, they don't say, and now we're announcing the cast and here's the logo, here's our teaser images or concept art. It's just all kind of up in the air. And I'm sure that eventually we're going to get a full Phase 4 announcement, kind of like what they did with Phase 3.
After Endgame.
Yeah, because I know they know how well their marketing tactic they did when they announced Phase 3 worked. Like, I don't think anybody was more excited for anything than when they did that. And they had, like, the Civil War drop and then, like, the teaser for, like, Infinity War. That was all just, you know, voiceovers and then a final shot of
until
Thanos
this
with the
week,
gauntlet.
that was the biggest week in Marvel Cinematic Universe history.
Yeah, absolutely.
So.
It was such a big thing for them that, of course, they have to do it again. They have to, like, officially announce the entire slate for Phase 4. Especially since there's a lot of things that, like, you know, they're doing that are going to be completely out of the box. And we don't know a lot. Like, we know there's, like, a Black Widow movie, but we don't know much about it.
Yeah.
We don't know when it's going to come out. It's just all super vague. So they have to touch on that. I just don't want to see the Spider-Man trailer ruin anything.
Me too. I'm a little bit worried. I'm excited to see the Spider-Man trailer.
Yeah.
I'm more excited genuinely to see the internet's reaction to it.
Yeah, true. Like,
not because, like, of anything in the trailer, but, like, I just can't wait for people to be like, what?
I can't believe that I am put in a position where I don't want a Spider-Man trailer.
Yeah, that's crazy,
it's a
right?
weird feeling, right? It's like, come on, don't ruin this for anybody. But anyway, you said you wanted to talk about Ronin.
Yeah, last thing. I love it.
Yeah, it looks so cool. I love how he, like, you know, wipes his blade on his arm.
Yeah. So if you had watched my trailer breakdown,
I'll get around to it, bud.
I was like, why is he hunting Yakuza? Why do you think?
I don't have any idea.
Could they be Skrulls?
Oh. Is he friends with Captain Marvel?
No, but he may know about it.
How would Hawkeye know about Skrulls?
I don't know, bro.
I'm just out of curiosity. I'm not like, you know, I'm not giving you grief.
Maybe he stumbles upon something in the time jump, and he's like, oh, this person isn't human. What's going on?
Oh, that could be interesting.
Or they could just be bad dudes, and
Yeah.
Hawkeye is taking out his anger on them.
He could just be doing that total vigilante Batman thing.
Right, but Secret Wars is coming eventually.
It has to.
Secret Wars could be the next big thing.
I mean, it wouldn't shock me, especially since it's probably going to take them a while to get to the X-Men and Fantastic Four and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And with Captain Marvel, hopefully it's a huge hit. You can make Skrulls a really interesting idea. And then it's also really fun to be like, all right, so who's been a Skrull this whole time?
Right. And it's also then like Avengers versus like Avengers.
Yeah.
Like, but like evil Avengers that you
Uh-huh.
can see get blowed up.
You could have awesome scenes where somebody accidentally kills the real Avenger. You know.
Yeah, I mean, you can do a lot.
Yeah,
you can do a lot.
it's a really fun idea. It's a way to also bring, you know, high stakes to this universe after the snap, because that's obviously an issue that I know they're all focusing on, is like, where do we go where we could really make a dramatic, intense movie with stakes where we don't have to kill half of everybody.
Right. Right.
And Secret
You can
Wars
have
is a
people-
great way to go.
You can have people debating over who is a Skrull for like a year
Mhm.
leading up to it. It's great. I see a few options for an eventual Phase 4 end villain.
Yeah.
It's like you got Norman Osborn with the Dark Avengers script that was announced.
Yeah.
You got Doctor Doom. You got Galactus. You could go like with another unknown one, like people have talked about Annihilus. I
Yeah.
don't see that.
Mhm.
Or you could go Skrulls.
Yeah.
That's what I see.
I definitely think that out of all those options, that Secret Wars is probably what they're looking at the closest.
Most likely because they have the full rights to all of those characters
Yeah.
for starters.
Absolutely. I think it would be amazing to see like an Avengers versus like the Dark Avengers kind of thing, especially since we were talking about this before too. A good way to play Norman Osborn in this universe would be to make him more than just the Spider-Man villain, because we've seen 2 incarnations of him already, and he is a great character that they should use, but you don't want to retread. So if they make him more than what he's been, and you make a Dark Avengers movie, and you make him, or make the Dark Avengers like an Avengers villain, that would be a super interesting way to take that.
Right. Can you imagine like an anti-Tony Stark done well?
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Right?
I mean, it would be really cool if Tony Stark was still alive to see that, which he's totally going to die. But
can you imagine like a new Avengers team facing someone like on the level of Tony Stark, but completely evil?
That would be a really great direction.